Every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is June? It's June. June 2nd, YC127. This is the Eve Universe Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going, guys? It is a new week. It is Monday. Before we go any further, just in case you guys are wondering, and we're going to mention this a few times during the stream, of course. During the last stream, I mentioned that you should... Hold on a second. Why is that happening? You guys couldn't hear that. Doesn't matter. My Discord decided to keep making noises even though I'm supposed to be in streamer mode. Why is it doing that? Stop! Weird. Alright, well, either way, it is a new month. It's a new week. It's a new month. It's a new expansion. No, if you... are waiting, if you're an alpha and you're still waiting to get your 7 days, I did get confirmation from CCP this morning that the Omega redemption will be live until midnight on the 3rd. So like 2359 minutes on the 3rd. So we still have we still have about a day, a little over a day and 7 hours probably, if you're watching this live, before that redemption is over, which means for those of you who are still in alpha, if you've been logging in every single day on this event track, which is the login track, I should say. So if you are like me and have completed day 7 and are about to do day 8, and you're still in alpha, tomorrow should be the day that you can redeem, like tomorrow morning, US time, after downtime, basically. After this downtime, you should be able to redeem your 7 days and get all the way to the end. If you redeem it today, you still might be able to make it. If you get it tomorrow, you should be able to miss 1 day. If you redeemed it today, you should still be able to make it to the end. But just in case, to be absolutely sure, you need to log in every single day and then go to the end. Hey, man. Look, the bottom line is that, there's been a lot of people that have been commenting about the fact that CCP needs to communicate this stuff more clearly. I don't know, man. Having been somebody who has to publish stuff that then gets consumed by the public, like, it's hard to guess what things are going to be misinterpreted. I think that the more important thing is that they should have just made it so that there wasn't this confusion in the first place. They should have just made it so that if you're Omega at any time during this track, you get all of the Omega rewards during the entire track. So that way, even if you redeem it on day 1, you still get all 14 days of Omega. Just the fact that, like, I like the fact, on the one hand, it is good that the free Omega makes it so that you can get the entire track. But on the other hand, it's kind of weird that you have to do this, like, very unintuitive thing in order to get it done. It almost feels like they're punishing people who jumped the gun or aren't paying attention. It did take me a while to hunt down the actual real information, but I did it. Yeah, it wasn't very clear. But again, like, I can understand where they thought that they were being clear. Yeah, if you redeem it towards the end of the day, you might be able to have the entire day to claim day 14. Anywho, so, and of course, if you do miss that last day, the main thing that you're missing out on is this 150,000 skill points, which is pretty significant, but, you know, either way. If you haven't started logging in today, or if you haven't started logging in yet, you won't be able to get the Omega rewards. But even if you are already Omega, or if you are planning on going Omega at all in the next 2 weeks, you could actually start logging in today and still get all the rewards. I think today is the last day to get all of the rewards. So there you go. That is the status of the Legion expansion login reward stuff. I hope that's useful to people. I understand, like, not everybody was able to get this as much as possible, but I'm doing what I can. I'm doing what I can to help you guys out. So make sure to like the stream, share these things with some friends, so that way we can get you know, this out there and more people enjoying the stream. Also, like, if you do know anybody, or if you are watching this and you think that I haven't been putting up videos recently, apparently YouTube, like, because YouTube doesn't publish my live videos in the same way. I have no idea, Malik. Since YouTube publishes my live videos differently than my edited videos, there are some, I'm getting increasing comments that are like, you're not posting anymore, even though I'm like live all the time now. So I think, honestly, starting this week, I need to go back and like edit up some of the videos that I've done before and just put out some edited versions of the videos in order to make sure that people understand that, like, there's stuff going on. There's a new community leaderboard or something. I don't understand the exact rules behind it. They're trying to gamify it like Twitch, I think. Anywho, so might be doing that this week. I don't know, man. I'm very discombobulated today, I must admit. I've been trying to figure out what to do to, like, take the channel to the next level and, like, give you guys the best stuff. Talks more randomly. So any sort of feedback that I can get would be great. I do have the edited version of the turrets video live for members. It only takes $1 to get access to my edited videos early. And I started to go back through and edit it again, like a second pass, and I realized, like, I could put a bunch more work into it and put in a bunch of visuals and stuff like that. I don't, like, that's just going to take a lot more time. I think that it's actually in a pretty decent state to be putting it live as it is. I'm looking for feedback about that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure stuff out. But also, Algos was your first ship to lose in the Abyss. I love the Algos. Like, I honestly do not like how much, like, hate the Algos has gotten because of how much it is used by multi-boxers and stuff in Faction Warfare. I love it for Faction Warfare, although admittedly, one of the reasons why I love it in Faction Warfare is because, hey, Mela, thank you for becoming a member. You get all those videos, including that one, and also the emotes and stuff. If for some reason the $1 package doesn't work, let me know. I might need to change the settings, but I've said that before and people haven't corrected me, so, you know, whatever. But so I was talking, actually, I think it was with Malin last week, and we were talking about some of the tinfoil stuff about the early games. I wish the Navy destroyer that we got was the Algos instead of the Kata. I love the problem. Okay, you got to remember that, like, drone ships, I guess you could just do the Navy Algos much like the Navy VNI. Algos would make a great Vanguard map. If you've never seen the cutaway of the ship, it's fantastic. Yeah, that's true, actually. Hold on. Algos cutaway. Let's see if I can pull that up. Yeah. This is one of the rare ships that have gotten a cutaway that isn't a frigate. What? Why? Uh-oh. Where's the image? Hold on. Oh, is it in Eve source? Hold on. Is it in the Eve source? So wow, that's how discombobulated I am. Oh shoot, this is not a good one. I need to find a better one. But all right. So yeah, last week we were talking a lot about, like, the tinfoil, what's going on, and with the deathless and all that stuff, and that got me down a rabbit hole where, so a few years ago I posted a video where we talked about the Eve, my story of Eve, right? It's this grand theory of everything. Let me actually pull that up real quick. Shit. I can't find it now. Uh-oh. Hold on. Gosh darn it. So I made this video a couple years ago of the grand theory of everything, and it basically was a follow-up to my lore speedrun, where rather than trying to piece together or like prove every single piece of my understanding of the lore, I instead just tried to tell the story, the conspiracy theory version of the story, I should say. Now, I'm not going to be able to find it, I don't think. Link you the image. Yes, oh, okay, great. Thank you. I'll get to that in just a second. So my thought was I wanted to go back and kind of redo that whole thing where we talk about the origins of the universe, like the history of the Talican and the Anyong, and kind of my explanation of piecing fitting the pieces together without any consideration of trying to prove necessarily any of it, because that goes down many rabbit holes. And of course, with all of this stuff with the deathless and the drifter crisis and everything, we've gotten new information that can be fed into that. So I thought it would be a great time to go back and revisit that topic. And when I did so, I fell down a rabbit hole that has gotten me completely discombobulated. That's not the only thing, but like thinking a lot about Eve lore and history. Here, I'll post the original one in chat, and we'll also put it in the description. Old Eve lore story tinfoil video. So now it's in the description too. So I went to go start to try to piece it back together. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to sit down and actually try to lay out the timeline. And that got me totally, whew. So I'm still trying to recover a little bit. That's why today doesn't really have that much of a focus. But I do want to, like, I have plenty to talk about. I'm sure once we start talking about stuff, it'll come up. Here we go. So here is the Algos cutaway. Very cool stuff. You can see, like, and there's the Frigates of Eve book, which has a whole bunch of these sorts of things. But yeah, I agree. Like, Vanguard having these kinds of, like, running around in ships, I think that that's the absolute biggest, to me at least, the biggest value of something like Vanguard is that it would allow us to see the universe from a different perspective, and all of the interesting stuff that entails, right? Not just ships, but also like locations, Shetras Spire, or a Triglavian arcology, or the CEP Spire, or whatever. I think that that's one of the biggest values of something like Vanguard. Now, one of the fun things about Vanguard could be, like during the lore panel, he was talking about how they wrote a story about what its life is like as a Schraker clone, which are the clones that get used to board ships. I think that it would be cool if one of the modes that you could do is be a Schraker clone in a ship, right? So you breach in and you've like 1 minute to just cause as much havoc as you possibly can before you get killed, or before you die. That could be cool. All right. In regards to growing the channel, if you go down the lore route, maybe explain the lore from a perspective of someone in universe, very roleplay, maybe. But my point is that, like, so one of the biggest problems when it comes to tracking down the old lore is how hard it is to, like, how much of it is lost media, right? There are so many posts, especially like old school forum posts, well, they'll be like, and then there's this, and it'll be a link to an image, and that image is gone, right? It's just, So, or linked to a different forum post, and that forum post is difficult to recover, if impossible. So there's a lot of stuff that is hard to chase down, but I do have quite a bit of stuff on our lore Notion. For those of you who do not know, I maintain a wiki. So this is the basis of the lore thing. Where is the toilet? That's the most important part. You're in a pod. You don't go to the bathroom. I do think that, like, one of the biggest, I've said this before, I think that one of the coolest things that you could do in Vanguard is actually boarding a player structure, because structures have timers when they get taken down. So you could theoretically set up a match that is happening both inside of the structure and outside of the structure using carriers with crews, clone reanimation units and support fighters to deploy additional troops into the assault group. So the assault group has to have carriers on the outside in order to provide clones for the attackers. Well, you do go to the bathroom in the pod. Yeah, there was a whole comment about how the pod juice color looks a little bit like we do go to the bathroom in our pod, but that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, well, like, so the thing is that you could have it where you have to have the carriers on the outside in order to be able to attack the inside. And then by holding points on the inside, you could make the structure, you could take down the structure's defenses, you could raise the damage cap, you could lower its resistances, etc. I think that it's a really, really good opportunity for, like, a linked battle. In fact, I would argue it is the best opportunity for there to be a one war kind of fight where there's a fight going on in space and there's a fight going on in Vanguard, and these are linked together. I think that the most obvious solution to that is this fighting over a structure thing. It does kind of, it lends itself to some pretty cool things too, where, like, the owner of the structure might be able to configure the layout of the structure in a certain way. They would have a home field advantage, have their own defenses and stuff. And they would have to maybe hire some own, they'd either have to put up their own defense or hire defense in order to deal with the attack. Anywho, so I also have plans. I'm prepared to do faction warfare today. We can also do some exploration today. I'm kind of open to doing whatever stuff we end up doing. And talking about all kinds of different stuff, whatever interests people, as we get ready to go. Now, I do expect that there will be a patch tomorrow. I do not know how extensive that patch is going to be. It is 1 week after the expansion. They did do like a day one patch where they fixed a lot of the stuff. But I know CSP Akami was talking about stuff that's coming up shortly after Legion's release. Now, normally, like, the monthly releases are towards the end of the month, not the beginning of the month. And so if we do see something tomorrow, I would likely expect it to be some sort of, like, just bug fixes, more tweaks in that sort of regard, as opposed to bigger stuff. But I do expect there to be some sort of patch tomorrow. Yeah. Now, what exactly are we going to be covering right now? This isn't Star Trek. You get more than one toilet. All right. So while we figure out what we want to do, let's go ahead and try. Let's go ahead and see what the war zone is like at the moment. We've been playing around in Mimitar faction warfare for a little while, for the last couple of days. There it is. First of all, the Galente Caldari war zone is actually going. The Galente are going kind of gangbusters, aren't they? This is probably the most advanced I've seen the Galente get in a very long time. Very proud of them on that. They've captured almost everything Hey, thanks, Ragtag. Most of the South and most of the major territories, they've pushed them back, which is pretty cool. I know that a couple weeks ago there was a big deal about Caldari taking Old Man Star, and it really looks like that invigorated the Galente to do something about it, all the way up to Tama. Tama now is green for the first time in a long time, which is really cool. But so the Amar Mimitar war zone, we like to base ourselves up after out of Onder because it's like this Galente. It's good for both Angel faction warfare and Mimitar faction warfare because it is a Galente system that is adjacent to the war zone. So, and we right now we're Mimitar. All of these systems here are Amar, so it makes it really good for plexing. Not having elections is effective at that. That's a good point. I mean, like, that is one of the big things that we're waiting for right now. I find it very odd that we haven't gotten, like, a New Eden news or anything like that in relationship to Legion. It does seem like it would be a time for there to be elections. I think invigorating FPS with the MMO and some sort of player used by the Eve player, like what we wanted with Dust, is a pipe dream. I think they'll have to be more disconnected from each other. They're already pretty connected with each other, though, because, like, so the Vanguard has always influenced the corruption and suppression within the systems that are being, like, attacked by the Angels or the Guristas. And then they sort of have been hinting at tying it to skyhooks, although that has not been directly connected. And then, you know, the next thing that they're doing is the construction of the bastions, which are going to be locations in New Eden. So it seems to be that, like, the bastions are going to be something that it affects both New Eden and Vanguard in some sort of way. And that's why I've said, like, I expect the lore and the story to really play in that direction with the Deathless and SOE and these other players as we move towards this fall and the first Vanguard playtest where they supposedly are going to be having these bastions, but certainly by next summer where they Vanguard is supposed to be full live, or not full, not like permanently up, and these bastions are going to be a big key piece to it. I don't. On the one hand, I really want there to be a Galente election. On the other hand, like, the idea that Celis Agard is in a pretty weak position right now, and someone like, oh shoot, what's his name? Belleron. The idea that Belleron could become elected is so, I don't know how I feel about that. On the one hand, like, he's always been trying to do kind of the right thing, trying to stop capital punishment. He's a very progressive kind of guy, but on the other hand, it has always seemed like he's using those more progressive policies in order to just advance his own desire for power. So, you know, as with most things with politics, there is no good answer there. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out what Faction Warfare has to offer for us this morning. They're going the opposite direction of communism. It's more like the old Republic went towards empire in Star Wars. It's true that the Galente have become significantly more imperialistic, especially under Celis Agard. One could argue that that's almost a necessity with the threats that have arrayed in front of them. You know, Celis Agard, they did try originally to negotiate for to deal with the Intaki situation, and that fell apart thanks to the Deathless's spy within the Galente militia, or within the Galente Senate, who kind of upended the peace talks at the time, and so that resulted in Celis Agard, quote unquote, having no choice but to attack, or, you know, to take matters into her own hands and seize control over Intaki once and for all for the Galente. So, yeah, like, it definitely is a complicated situation, but a Galente without elections is not a federation, or is not a democracy. So why do faction warfare? I do have a faction warfare mega guide for people, but I will talk a little bit about this while we're doing this. Did I do a non-fictional comparison? I don't think I did. I didn't mean to if I did. But yeah. Oh, I see. No, like that, yeah. Well, I mean, that's also historical. I think that historical comparisons can be decent, potentially. Hey, Cozy. How's it going? So, faction warfare, in my opinion, is probably the best place for a new player or a newer player or even just a non-experienced PvPer to make money. And it's also the only / best place for solo small gang PvPers to make a decent amount of money doing what they want to do. And this is for several reasons. One, the faction warfare is basically instantly accessible. That you don't really need to do much, if anything, to get into faction warfare. In order to direct enlist into faction warfare, there's kind of two ways to get into faction warfare. You can direct enlist or you can join a corp that's already in faction warfare. If you want to direct enlist in faction warfare, you have to be at least 0 unmodified standings with the corporation, or with the alliance with the faction that you're trying to join. So, you know, depending on what race you started with, you might need to go do the Sisters of Eve epic arc, or maybe even those the career agents for the empire that you wish to work for, or you can do what's called the data centers. The data centers are these places where you can turn in dog tags for standings on a one-time basis. It's a good way to get just a quick burst of standings. So you can get your standings above 0, but once you do, you can direct enlist. And even if you don't, you can always join a corporation that has fully entered into faction warfare. If a corporation is in faction warfare, then all of the standings of all of the members within that corporation are averaged together. And as long as that average is above 0, then the entire corporation can stay in faction warfare regardless of any individual standings. As Malin points out, if you are going to go do the data centers, it's worth checking because, you know, there's a bunch of different missions. Each of them require different tags, and not all tags are created equal. For example, brass tags in general are very expensive, so you can just skip that one, or you can skip that one and still do the others and get plenty of standings. Let me turn on my desktop audio and pull up Peld and switch over to this mode, so that way we can see my damage meters and everything. So I'm currently in low sec. I'm not covering up where I am. I'm in Avanod, which is low sec. All of faction warfare space is in low sec. And there are these different plexes that you can sit in. If you own the system, then you are defensive plexing. If you do not own the system, then you are offensive plexing. So I am currently a Mimitar in an Amar system, so I'm offensive plexing. The reward for faction warfare is LP, loyalty points, for the various empire, or for the empire that you're working with. One of the things that's worth noting is that the LP store for faction warfare is significantly more efficient than that of the normal ones. So a Vexor Navy issue is going to be cheaper on the faction warfare LP store than the, say, Rodin Shipyards LP store, or even the Federation Navy LP store. Also, be advised, like, you do have to kill the rats in the system, in the sites, if you are attacking, if you're offensive plexing. It's worth looting those rats. As you can see, this one, especially the small plexes in Amar militia, or in the Amar area, but I think it's, I'm pretty sure it's the medium rats in the Galente Caldari war zone, is worth a lot of ISK. This is 750,000 ISK per dog tag, and you kill like 4 or 5 of them per site. So in theory, you can earn 5 or 6 million doing this just worth of dog tags, which is nice, because the downside to LP as a primary reward is that often you need money to make money. And also you need those dog tags, but you know, most of the time in order to get the stuff out of the LP store, you need to have some starting ISK in order to buy it and then turn around and flip it. So looting the dog tags off of the wrecks that you destroy while offensive plexing is a decent way to get that starter ISK. You can also get Skinner components. That's true. You can get Skinner components. Up to and including like unlimited skins or like colors and stuff, which can be quite valuable as well. You know, I think it'd be weird to see Black as the president. I really wish we saw more about like Black's operations as kind of the head of the shadow of the Black Eagles. Although they've really kind of gone away from that since Rodin is no longer president. It'd be kind of fun to see Rodin step back up. Mentis Black. Mentis Black is the head of the Black Eagles. He's the head of basically the Galente intelligence department. He's run for president a few times, but he never gets very good scores. Or, you know, he hasn't gotten a whole lot of votes in the past. So while I don't have a coherent enough of a story yet to redo the tinfoil story, I do have some pieces that is kind of in. Hey, look at that, alignment sequencers. I do have some pieces that have kind of been gnawing at my head the last couple of days that has led me to be interested in this kind of to looking into it more and more. And so I kind of want to share some of my findings with you guys and see whether or not you guys have any ideas or thoughts on the matter. But one of the bigger ones is so we have this image, right? This image is from the Drifter crisis event in the early phase. We got a series, basically, as we were killing the drifters, we would get these fragments that could be half of an image. This is both of the halves of this image together. And while most of the images showed like drifter attacks on major Empire locations, and the or a Stargate. There's one with a Galente Stargate. This one has always stood out to us as being kind of pretty alarming because A, it's very different from the rest of them. The cost of the Black Eagle drone link augmenter is too damn high. Just go do the Galente Epic Arc. That's where you get them. Yeah, you can find them in a Rift site. That's true. But this image is very evocative. It suggests, like, first of all, it doesn't show an attack. It doesn't show a Stargate. It doesn't show a real place, as it were. But this is one of the images that the drifters were dropping. And there's a few questions here. First of all, like, why is there a bunch of screaming faces? And why is there the air logo in there? And, you know, the warden and other stuff like that. Now, the lower left-hand corner and the lower left and right-hand corners, those pictures actually merge with pictures from the other site, from the other fragments. And so this lower left-hand one actually becomes the Jovian logo when you put in the other piece. And the right-hand one, this shows the warden, which is one of the facilities inside of Zarzak. And there is a second one that layers on top of that basically puts a barbed wire circle and cross, like X, or like a line through it, as if to like bar the warden. Now, what those images mean and all that stuff has never really quite been figured out, and this is one of those pieces to the Drifter Crisis that was always kind of I don't know if I'd call it disappointing or whatever. What's that scribble in the top center? That says air, as in, it seems to be, if we go in game, we have air. Which, by the way, speaking of air, hold on. Is it not here? Association. There it goes. It's this logo. It appears to be this logo right here, which is the Association for Interdisciplinary Research, a group that was founded 2-3 years ago by a SOE member and a... Uh-oh, now I can't remember. Was it a Caldari person? I don't remember exactly. But, so they basically are the big people. They do all of, like, the new player experience stuff now, right? So, here's the thing about the screaming skull, the screaming faces. I think I may have figured out why there are screaming faces, and also I think that what it's really giving us a hint to is why the drifters attacked Zarzak in the first place. Now you're making me wonder if the air station exploding in the tutorial is the drifters. Well, they tied it to that. There's a pirate group. It's the pirate group that you encounter. They've got like black with like red lines. I have tried and tried to tie that to the Deathless or any other pirate network, but so far I haven't really been able to lock that in. But what I honestly cannot explain why the air logo is in that image, but I do think I know what's going on with that image. Okay, here's a little bit of a story. So in Templar 1, right? Well, there is basically a little bit of a backstory. How far back should I go? Let's just start with the sleepers as we know them are a bunch of originally Jove people who had made the choice to enter into the virtual reality construct for an extended period of time, and at some point left the Jovian Empire, moved to Anoikis, and set up their facilities there to allow them to exist in their virtual reality construct and live, and where allow the centuries to pass. Now, that construct has all but been taken over by some rogue artificial intelligences. Normally, the construct has a one body, one mind law, but the caretakers of the construct outside, the outside caretakers of the construct was left behind, and it seems as if this artificial sapient has now basically taken over the construct, imprisoned the sleepers, and are attempting to escape in the form of the drifters by hijacking sleeper bodies and coming into the real world, right? So the point is that the other, once he took over, or once they or whatever took over the construct, they began reaching out into space to search for help. And what they figured out, hey, look, so I just got 14,000 loyalty points, which at 1,000 ISK per LP means that in 10 minutes I made 14 million ISK, plus the 5 or 6, the 4 or 5 million from the dog tags. This is why I love faction warfare. So we're just going to go do the medium plex now. Is it Malin? If you don't forget, that's actually how we got to this topic in the first place. Was I tried to explain these things, and we went back further and further and further. Either way, so the point is that the other manages to stitch itself into Jamil's brain as she is illegally cloned. Jamil is one of the heirs to the throne of the Amar, and when the Emperor dies, the heirs have to compete in something called the Ascension trials. My brain is so discombobulated today. I don't know why I can't think of basic stuff. But the winner gets to become emperor, and the losers have to commit sabuku, for more YouTube friendly word. So Jamil was at first reluctant, but in the end did pod herself. However, her follower, a guy by the name of Phallic Grange, secretly cloned her in the Matriarch Citadel, and but in that process, the other managed to detect that information transfer and stitch itself into the infomorph of Jamil. So now, from that point on, Jamil was had the consciousness of the other in her mind. And they talk a lot about this in Templar 1. They reveal kind of the details of it in Templar 1. But there are some other good chronicles, like And I Shall Hide, that show... yeah, see, these are... The medium one is way worth less. And I Shall Hide modified does show, the discussion... It has the other talking to Jamil. So we know that the other exists. We know a little bit about what it wants and how angry it is. But the point of the matter is that the other led Jamil to find the Terran superweapon to use against the Mimitar above the planet of Mechios, the city of Mechios, in the system of Sorum Prime, which is Jamil's birthplace. So the Elder Fleet, which is this combined Thucker / Mimitar Navy-ish fleet, attacked deep into Amar space. This is the events of the Empyrean Age. And they make it all the way to Sorum Prime, where Jamil shows up with her fleet and an Abaddon, which has the super weapon attached to it, and she shoots it and basically blows up the entire Elder Fleet in a single shot, or at least disables the Elder Fleet enough that they can just tear them apart completely, ending that invasion. And this is... Oh my gosh, why is this still doing this? Hold on. It's weird that... All right, I'm just going to go to Do Not Disturb for now. I put on the audio. So this event, the return of Jamil and the destruction of the Elder Fleet, was seen as a sign by God that Jamil was chosen to lead Amar, so she becomes Empress. And the other inside of her encourages her to send expedition groups through... a little bit later, that super weapon is rediscovered by there's this whole series where basically the SOE find it. The SOE are being trailed by Blood Raiders. The Blood Raiders are being trailed by a Thucker guy. Oh, three hostiles in local. And that Thucker agent opts to set off the Isogen 5 cache that is there, rather than let the Blood Raiders gain control of the super weapon. Isogen 5 is this extremely rare, previously thought to be... We'll just fight it. Who cares? We're probably gonna lose this fight if he comes in, but it'll give us something to do. So the Isogen 5 is this extremely rare, strange material that only seems to be able to be found in O1 blue stars, although I have a theory as to why. Federation Navy, Crucifier Navy, Federation Navy Comet, Crucifier Navy, and a Navitas. Okay. Let's go. think I want the comet dead first. Hold on. Come on. No! No, definitely not going to get it. That's a good team. That's a good team. I like that team. Good fight. A Navitas, a Federation Navy, and a Crucifier Navy. That's a good... That's an interesting little group. I like that one. Unalive my pod. That sends me back to Joe Dixie. Yeah, that was some pretty good damage. Yeah, the Navitas is Logi. I was thinking about trying to burn through it before the Navitas could get much done, but I don't think that it would have mattered either way. I could have gone after the Navitas. I'm not sure how much that would have helped. I think I was just dead. Yeah, that Federation Navy Comet was allowed to do so much damage. Maybe I should have been a little bit further away. Because I was using Null, so I could have tried to start out at like 6 kilometers. Navi is potentially more tanky than the others. Yeah, like that's the thing is I like that group. It's very hard. So normally when you think of a Navitas, you would expect there to need to be like 2 in order to rep each other. But given that particular group, I feel like it's really hard to figure out what the correct answer was going to be on that one. I like that one. We should do that. Ash needs a logo? What? I have a logo. What? Oh, Logi. Yeah. Well, I liked the Logi. That's the thing, is that, like, I love going around with the Navitas. Logi just got buffed, too, but I don't think it was the Frigate Logi that did. Man, I should do that. Somebody should come fly with me, and I'll be Logi for you. So, and the Comet was pretty good, too. Let's see. Grand Duke Yarapolk. Let's see whether or not he's died recently. Sea kill. Where? Hold on. Oh yeah, okay. Logi reps got buffed only when overheated, which I mean, I guess that counts. Here we go. Boy, did I make the wrong choice. Holy shit, did I make the wrong choice. Look at all that. Look at all that hit points. Nothing but hit points. Nothing but hit points. Still does a lot of damage, though. Did a lot of damage. Hold on. Export. EFT. Pop it back into fleet. This is what I mean by I don't have a plan. Like, let's just go ahead and see what Eve has to throw at me and poke at it and see what information, what cool stuff we can get out of it, huh? So import from clipboard. Simulate. Let's make this as many as we can. And he was using Void. I definitely should have tried to kite away. 301 DPS. 301 DPS versus my... Hold on. How big of a mistake did I make? 301 DPS versus my... 363. So I was technically doing more damage than him, theoretically. But he did have the Navitas supporting him. And my rigs is just... Yeah, transverse bulkheads. So... That's a good fit. I bet you that Navitas was not even necessary. Let's see. Where was the other one? We have Uda. Here he's lost one. Again, so many hit points. This is a great setup. Tracking disruptor. How much DPS does this thing do? $134 DPS, so less, but combined, it's a lot. And you can tell it's less because obviously on the kill board, on the or on my kill, we can see that the Comet did about almost 3 times as much damage as the Crucifier, but that doesn't matter. Does track and disrupt only if they used them on my drones, then it would have, but then you would only track and disrupt the one drone. So really they were disrupting, like they disrupted my turrets, which was probably a good idea. Trimarchs. Yeah. Pretty simple little setup. 20 million for that one. Didn't catch the Comet. Oops. Only 19 million for that Comet. We might need to steal this. We might need to steal this whole setup. That seems pretty cool. That was a good little setup. What's the best ship to go hunting solo in a wormhole? Tengu. I mean, not Tengu. Loki. Maybe a Proteus. All right. So, anywho, just to finish what I was talking about a little bit. So the other convinces Jamil to go send her teams into wormhole space to go into the enclaves. Sorry, take a step back. The Thucker ship shoots the cache, causes this explosion, which causes what's known as the Apocrypha event or the Salient incident, where 10 simultaneous explosions of the Isogen 5 facilities, that rare, cool material, they explode, interact with the star, causing a big explosion out of the star along a certain line, and somehow this entire interaction creates wormhole space, or the connections to Anoikis or wormhole space that we know of today, the unstable wormholes. So this reveals Anoikis to the Empires, and Jamil sends in his people, sends in her people to go raid the sleeper enclaves that are found there and extract the bodies of the sleepers, because again, like the sleeper construct has this one body, one mind law, so they have to have physical bodies outside of the construct in order to have an existence inside of the construct. And furthermore, they'd actually modified their biology, or had their biology modified to have a fifth lobe of their brain, and had that lobe be replaced by an artificial like component, like an implant. And that integrated their brain into the construct. So while the original Jove used like external virtual reality constructs that they would plug into, the sleepers had kind of integrated their brains into the collective power of the construct. So by removing the bodies, by removing the people that are plugged into the construct, they are also damaging pieces of the construct and effectively pulling the souls of that of these sleepers out of the construct into these implants. And she used those to make the very first immortal like foot soldiers, right? We have these pods with big transneural scanners to scan our brain and all that stuff in order to make sure that we become immortal. This was a new concept where basically the seat of consciousness is maintained inside of this implant, and it affects the rest of the brain and, you know, controls the body. So that way, if people, you know, when the clone soldier dies, that implant can broadcast its information back to the home base, and that clone soldier can be reawakened again, making them immortal. But the problem is that, you know, the consciousness of the sleeper was still in these implants, and so the original Templars had these horrific nightmares, and, you know, one of them wrote 514 in their blood. And the other threat was that the other itself escaped through these, through the Templars. That some of the Templars, a certain number of the Templars, were infected by the other. And this was like the other's grand plan to escape the construct. And even while Jamil found out about all this and so tried to terminate the Templar project, and later guys ended up, like in later editions, like in second generation on of the clone soldiers, they fixed this problem. They used artificial implants, or, you know, they made their own version of these implants, so it didn't have, you know, sleeper souls in it. The original ones, the first generation Templars, some of them did, and the other even mocks Jamil when she thinks that she could theoretically kill all of the ones with the other in it, that the infection is loose, basically, at this point. Now, obviously, a few years later, the other steps up his game and begins to escape in the form of the Drifters. It is unknown, although possible, that the clone soldiers that did escape were integral in that process of allowing the other to be in existence outside of the construct, so that way they could start cracking open the enclaves with their hives and mass replicating themselves in order to become the Drifters that we know and love today. But the key here is that there was a bunch of first generation clone soldiers that survived that initial fight. And there is a person in the story, she's in both Empyrean Age and Templar 1. She is a doctor, and she's a Caldari who converted to Amar. And she's just a very kind of, she's an honest to God good person. At least she's portrayed as that in Templar 1, trying to help out and figure out what's going on. And in the end, she is, I believe, taken to a Caldari facility where she is empowered to do investigations, because they have some of the first generation clone soldiers. This is supposedly how the other empires found out about this cloning technology, or at least mastered that cloning technology, which would eventually become DOS 514. The thing is that that character in that story was kind of given a name of Life Giver by one of the characters in the story. And in Vanguard, we see a figure arise by the name of Life Giver, who supposedly has history with the death. With with the Templar, or with the clones. So we have reason to believe that this is the same character, right? Let me look up. I think. Let me see if I can find that particular piece of the story, because we've kind of moved on a little bit past this stuff in the Vanguard discussions. But let me see if I can find where they talked about this originally. It's not in Groundbreak. Is it in news? Nope. Dang it. Now I can't think of where it would be. Hold on. Either way, the point is that they suggest that this is the same person, and the key here is that she became almost like a shepherd for these first generation clone soldiers. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it, because I think I'm close. Connection to yes, I'm very close. Yeah. So to read from the Discord, I'm not going to pull up right now, but I'm just going to read it. It says, in Vanguard Infomorphs, the remnant sleeper origins of war clone technology has been unified with the empowered by it, by literal sense, by the Arkhambine mercenary group's life giver, lighting a path to harmony for the first generation within the inner virtual world of the Fulcrum and self-realization, together with the second gens through compatibility with a new kind of war clone blank. They talk about, hold on. Man, does anybody know where they talk about the lathe? This is why I need to pull all this stuff together before we go too deep into it. But so the idea is that they've said multiple times, like including here, like I said, lighting the path for harmony at last for the first generation within the inner virtual world of the Fulcrum. And so there are places, lore that talks about how the Life Giver basically was helping out with first generation clones, and that many of them became what is known as Arkhambine, right? So Arkhambine, does it even have? Yeah. The Arkhambine was a splintered group of disillusioned clone soldiers or war clones betrayed by their nations they swore to serve. They now seek independence and the means to undo what has been done to them. Their ranks are comprised of war clones from all four major factions. The Arkhambine searched for a way to seize their own destiny and forge a path to freedom, and war clones led them to the Deathless Circle in YC125, throwing their lot in with the enigmatic ruler of Zarzak and controller of the ancient Jovian stronghold, the Fulcrum. I know that there is a post where they sum up a bunch of this stuff, and I can't find it right now. But the point of the matter is that they, the Fulcrum itself is an ancient Jovian structure that has a virtuality and which is like the construct, a virtual reality environment, and a cloning bank. So the idea is that these infomorphs can exist within the Fulcrum and then deploy out of there as mercenaries and fight whatever war they feel like fighting. And that's kind of the Vanguard setup, right? And part of this is the Warden, which allows for better FTL communication and space-time mathematics, and also cryptographic decryption, cracking, so that way we can, say, take infomorphs from Upwell and modify them to make them compatible with the virtuality and the Vanguard clones or the Striker clones. So the point here is that there were these first generation soldiers. Many of them were infected by the other. And when we look at this image, my original thought was that this is basically the drifters accusing the virtuality of being like a torture chamber, because as you can see, like, these guys don't look happy. These look very Dante's Inferno kind of look, right? So the point is that the life giver meets up with the deathless, and the deathless offers her a home. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I might have found it. Hey, let's go. All right. So this is the Vanguard website, evevanguard.com/articles/themes of Vanguard lore. Perfect. 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 Before you were Vanguard, you were a war clone of a prior generation. Before you were a war clone, you were born a human being like any other. Today, you are among many who have rebuilt themselves to join the eponymous next step in evolution of the war clone, one of several modes of technological immortal that has been devised by the various people of New Eden. While EVE Online Capsuleers roam the heavens in vast ships controlled through their insulated interface, war clones walk fearlessly into the ground below, carving their ambitions into the world with their own hands. Your relationship with the Deathless Circle is that of a freelancer. In exchange with assisting in the development of the Vanguard war clones, you've been guaranteed security or sanctuary, work opportunities, and existential continuity unthreatened by the economic pressures and persecutions that saw independent war clone organizations fade into relevance in the past. Your side of this agreement is fulfilled simply by participating in Vanguard deployment operations in any capacity. The diagnostic data you provide while inhabiting Vanguard blanks is invaluable to the Circle's ongoing research into Jovian biology and technology. Like all war clones, you exist primarily as an infomorph, a digital analog in the signals of processes of biological consciousness. War clones are incarnated by writing these infomorphs into specialized implants into the brain of compatible war clone blanks, empty vessels awaiting the arrival of a mind, and can return to life after death indefinitely so long as additional blanks are available. Vanguard blanks, extensively modified Jovian clone bodies, represent a shift in development philosophy away from the costly Empire super soldier designs in favor of producing an adaptive, economical, and pragmatic combat platform for a growing population of mercenaries given home by the Deathless. Can we say this is a way that the drifters communicate with us through those pictures? No, it doesn't look like the drifters intended for us to get these messages. But it's hard to say exactly. The drifters have never attempted to actually communicate with us in the past, and there was no follow-up with these pictures. There's a lot of things that don't make sense about these pictures. That's true. So either way, where was I? The location of your home is the Fulcrum, an abandoned Jove outpost now occupied by the Deathless Circle. More precisely, integrated into the ancient systems of this vast megastructure, there lies an onboard virtuality capable of hosting live war clone infomorphs in a constructed environment. There is currently little to be found in the derelict inner world but a vast tranquil darkness. Nevertheless, in the hands of the Deathless and its associates, it has become a haven for countless war clones who have made their way to the Fulcrum, yourself among them. War clone technology was first conceived under the Amar Empire. Wait, what is this? Oh, yeah, this trailer. Was first conceived by the Amar Empire's Templar program as the basis for a mortal clone soldier army. That's what I was talking about earlier. Early war clones relied on implants salvaged from cryostatically preserved bodies of the Sleepers, a Jovian subculture who has shifted their entire civilization into a utopian virtual reality. The implant's ability to record and host a compact infomorph, a live consciousness in digital format, enables a transfer of minds on a purely human scale without any of the bulky and delicate equipment required for the existing methods. Critical instabilities caused by fragmented remains of sleeper infomorphs discovered in these implants saw the Templar program scrapped. That's what I was talking about, where the souls of the of the sleepers remained inside, and so that first generation were somewhat corrupted, right? But not before the other three empires had already obtained the technology and beginning war clones of their own. While the rest grappled with increasingly severe consequences, the Amar devoted their efforts to reverse engineering a clean second-generation implant that would be shared freely with the others by Empress Jamil. Ensuing ensuing purges led to countless first-gen survivors seeking refuge with the Gerissus, Angel Cartel, Mortis Legion, and Amar, with the Legion's first gens branching off to form, in the following months, to form the Arcombine. So once again, we have now confirmed that at least some of the Arcombine soldiers are first-generation war clones. This is a fact that I've been kind of running away from for the last several years. Hey, 07, thank you for that, Danny. Good reminder. Don't forget to lock and primary that subscribe button, that like button. Sorry, like button is primary, subscribe button is secondary. Thank you so much, Danny. It's good to see you. So that Arcombine group was the group that was assisting Mordu. We've talked about this a few times in the past when we're talking about the lore recently. A mercenary group united by the goal of righting the wrongs done to them and forging a path of freedom beyond the borders of the Empire. They and the Legion maintain a close relationship in the field of mercenary work and warclone R&D. Behind the scenes, however, the Arcombine's institutional disillusionment and deep interest in Sleeper and Jove technology quickly led to discrete association with the elements of the Angel Cartel. Angel Cartel is very connected to Jovian technology. They live in the ancient Jove space and have been accused of using basically reverse engineered Jovian technology in their ships. A subsequent search for hidden Jove ruins brought the Arcombine's head clone physician and infomorph specialist, known in the underworld circles as Life Giver, into contact with affiliates of the mysterious Deathless. After being tapped for collaboration with the Quartermaster being the main guy who built the ships and weapon systems used by the Valkyrie, a prolific engineer and technology dealer, on a secret Gerissus project. So the Life Giver helped the Quartermaster develop the technology that would then become the Valkyrie. Life Giver proved talents and ideological alignment led the Deathless to recruit her into his trusted inner circle alongside the Quartermaster. This group eventually succeeded in reaching the ancient Jovian outpost known as the Fulcrum, long abandoned in the shrouded system of Zarzak. The Deathless and his circle would uncover many treasures within the continental megastructure, with three in particular being more than the Arcombine could have ever dreamt to find. A derelict onboard virtuality, a dark and desolate as it was, it would serve as a haven for warp clones, so a place for them to live. Archives of first-gen compatible Jovian clone bodies and an industrial scale clone fab capacity yielded a platform for a new kind of war clone. So the clones inside of the Fulcrum are Jovian clone bodies that are compatible with the first generation clone bodies. So these are likely more sleeper than the modern Jove in style when it comes to this clone facility. So the Fulcrum itself could be a sleeper facility more than a Jovian facility, but given how ancient it is, there kind of is no, it's hard to draw a distinction there, since likely the Fulcrum comes from the first or second Jovian Empire, not the third. And then source data for FTL communication implants based in nano-adapted biotech familiar to the Quartermaster would be the key to the new era. So this allows them to basically, we are actually in the brain of our clones. So when we die, our brain has to be scanned for our infomorph to be recovered. In this case, the implants are actually connected via FTL directly from the virtuality to the clone. So technically speaking, the infomorph never has to leave the virtuality in order to control or to possess the war clone, which is critical because now if they die, there's no loss of memory, there's no loss of whatever. It's just imagine you were using a virtual reality device to control a drone, right? And you're flying around in your drone, you can see everything in the drone, but you're still you. And then when somebody shoots down that drone, I don't have to recover the controller of the drone. The controller of the drone was never in the drone, right? So that's kind of what's happening here. With these three elements as a basis, Lifegiver saw a path to humanity for the first generation unfolding at last. Here in Zarzak, she began a new program aimed at bringing those under her care stability, sanctuary, and the power to realize the dream of independent freedom shared by all members of the burgeoning Deathless Circle. Collaborating with the Quartermaster, work quickly began on what would become the next evolution of war clone technology. Your journey began with an invitation to Zarzak extended by the Arkham, promising stability and opportunity for all war clones in partnership with the Deathless Circle. Whether you're of your own volition or among those recovered in raids by Sorrow's confinement archives, your imprint, the base personality, skill, and memory data of the war clone infomorph is compiled from, was brought to Zarzak and loaded into the Fulcrum VR. Offered a choice of either awaiting a brighter future in tranquil but static resistance, a residence in the inner world, or voluntarily converting your imprint to a novel format to join the next evolution of war clone technology. You chose the latter. So the infomorphs had to go through some sort of conversion to be able to be in compatible with the new war clones. This name, given to the new generation, symbolized its developers' mission of making every war clone a spearhead of their own path, burning forward independence. You are Vanguard, of no destiny but your own. The seeds of the Vanguard were sown into for years prior to the Deathless's arrival in Zarzak. The first was Lifegiver's identification of overlapping non-mutual memory recall as the primary trigger for the first-gen enigmatic psychosis. Second was the realization that first-gen infomorphs could be kept stable when residing in a virtuality. Last of all came from the discovery that first-gen sleeper elements conferred seamless compatibility with Jove biology and neural interface biotech. Aboard the Fulcrum, these would culminate in the Vanguard's imprint format. For first-gen war clones, conversion to Vanguard entails composing one's soldier and sleeper elements into a fully unified imprint, with any non-mutual episodic and emotional memory suppressed, filtered, and gradually recompiled into a singular partition, producing a new identity that is more than the sum of its parts. Second-gen conversions involved carefully pairing with a curated data from the sleeper elements to another to produce the same compatibility with Jove biology, while avoiding the first-gen's corruption and keeping memories far more intact. While residing in the Fulcrum VR, your experience as an infomorph is shaped through the front-end interface strapped into the underlying Jovian systems. Through this, you may choose, among other interactions, to link with available Vanguard blanks in the world of reality. On deployment, a FTL link is established between the Fulcrum and the waiting blank, into which your infomorph is shifted in a manner resembling a long-distance version of the Sleeper's Enclave coupling, which is achieved through the Quartermaster's main contribution to the Vanguard design so far, a derelict integration of Jovian FTL biotech into the Sleeper implant architecture with sufficient bandwidth to keep an infomorph synced with its implant in the Fulcrum VR. Of added benefit is the ability to hotload data such as interface protocols, programs, or schematics between acquiring source data for the tech that inspired his past innovations in the field of clone mapping and neural interfacing, and requesting recovery of more new tech based on R&D pilfered from his facilities. One can only wonder what projects the Quartermaster is pursuing in the depth of Fulcrum. Okay, so herein lies the secret, I think, behind the screaming faces. Okay, so what we have here is evidence that what they did was the Lifegiver evaluated the first generation clones and found that there were multiple kind of consciousnesses involved, right? With any, so we have identification of overlapping non-mutual memory recall as the primary trigger for the first gen's enigmatic psychosis. Memory is a key critical piece of who we are as an identity, right? A lot of who we are is just our memories, right? Most of the rest of us is just reaction to stimuli. Your memories is your identity in a lot of ways. And so we could look at this and see that basically what they're saying is that there are multiple consciousnesses, multiple lines of memory that existed within these first generation war clones. And we know that that is the actual original clone soldier, and the sleeper that is still embedded in that in many of those implants, thanks to the other. In fact, let's actually take a step back and read the other half of this equation in that chronicle that I was just talking about, which is the And I Shall Hide Alternative Chronicle. Now, they released it in 2 parts. The first one, they just released it with these big spaces in between. And then in the alternative version, they fill in those spaces with what the other is saying to Jamil. So, shoot. Maybe I can't find it so fast. Either way, the point is that some of the consciousnesses, basically the other used it as a way of getting rid of consciousness, or like sleepers that were against their takeover of the construct, but then also used it as a way of escaping with certain copies of its of the other, much like what got stitched into Jamil, right? So the life giver is evaluating these things and sees these multiple consciousnesses. And what they discover is that they can recompile this, right? So they can say, the key here is that sleeper element of the consciousness is critical to the compatibility with the Vanguard clone soldiers. So the source of compatibility, the source of the Vanguard tech, is the sleeper consciousness that is integrated into the infomorph, right? And they eventually say, where is it? So what they do is, for first gen war, conversion to Vanguard entails compositing. So making a composite of the soldier and sleeper elements. So she identifies, okay, so here is the original Templar soldier, here is the sleeper element, right? And so they pull out the sleeper. They need the sleeper component because it's necessary for compatibility, but they suppress those memories, any non-mutual episodic, so anything that is not the same between those two, right? Because obviously anything after the implant, after the dust stuff has started, they're going to have the same memories, right? So if you do like a diff between the two consciousnesses, you're going to find that the sleeper consciousness has memories that the non-sleeper consciousness doesn't. And so in order to prevent these nightmares and the problems that the first generations were suffering from, she discovered a way to suppress the sleeper consciousness while still keeping it there to allow it to be compatible with those with the Vanguard blanks. Not only that, but they actually extracted that sleeper component and synthesized it so that way they could integrate it with second and beyond generation war clones, because you can see second gen conversion involves carefully pairing the curated data with the sleeper elements of another to produce the same compatibility of Jove biology. So she extracts the part of the infomorph that is the sleeper. Well, she suppresses it first, and then she extracts it so that way they can integrate it with other war clones. The problem is that we know that some of those sleeper consciousnesses are in fact the other, right? So the other, who is the drifters, is now basically like they're still in these first generation war clones, but she's managed to suppress them further so they're not able to control the body or harass the main consciousness in any way. They then proceed to load these consciousnesses into the fulcrum. And that is what this is, I think. I think that this right here is the sleepers and more importantly, the drifters, the other consciousness that was in the first generation war clones. They infected the first generation war clones. They've been part of them since the beginning. They didn't get destroyed. They just got suppressed. They just got imprisoned inside of the consciousness of the actual Templar soldier, and then loaded into this fulcrum, where they now exist perpetually, imprisoned forever. I think that that is why the drifters attacked the fulcrum. Not because it's, ooh, drifter tech and the other likes drifter tech. No. I think that the drifters have, you know, they seem to be able to communicate with each other, or at least know each other outside of the ones that are outside of their construct or whatever too. I think that they are attempting to free the instances of the other that have been trapped. And I also think that this is why Jamil had to get killed. The very first thing that the other did when when they kind of came into the real world in mass was assassinate Jamil. And we know from Inheritance, hold on. So, where is it? They're talking about the other here. We should analyze the data further, but the artificial sapient is almost certainly a high-level entity capable of multiple simultaneous intrusions. However, even at glance, the scanning data indicates a very high level of intermingling, more perhaps than would be necessary. For some reason, there is the personalities that must be bleeding into one another. She struggles, but subtly. So, like, the idea is that, yeah, do you mean that the entity has found it necessary to intermingle to this degree to control her? No, not at all. The need for it to do so would indicate a relatively unsophisticated brute level of entity, and this one is not that. Rather, she opposes it in the only way that she can. She draws it in. It's an impressive act of will. I recall the Society's tutors who attended on her noted her mental capabilities as being very high indeed. So what we're seeing is that, you know, in this example, the other stitches itself into Jamil's brain. Jamil begins to integrate with it, pull it inward, and kind of try to struggle against it. We can see some of that struggle in the and I Shall Hide. But it seems like she's been too successful, and so the drifters had to kill her in order to free the other, or at least ensure that the other doesn't get further trapped into that body. And likewise, now the fulcrum functions as a prison for the other. And so your connection with air then has to do with alpha clones. That's an interesting good point, where alpha clones, which are, remember, everyone starts out as an alpha clone, so air is managing the alpha clone program now, most likely. Alpha clones were developed via drifter tissue samples, and they even say that the alpha clone program used drifter tech in order to make sure that it used less bandwidth effectively to do clone transfers, which is why alpha clones can be free for us to use. So it could very well be that there's a little bit of drifter involved in all of that, a little bit of other involved in all of that. And so what air is doing is also a concern to the deathless. I still can't fully explain the air logo here. I just think that the rest of this here is definitely the other / sleepers that are now suppressed and imprisoned. And remember, being artificially replicated. They're making copies of that consciousness in order to put into each of the new second generation and further war clones in order to integrate them into this system. And that would explain why the drifters have been so harsh in their attempts to attack the fulcrum, right? So that's kind of one of the things that has got me thinking. But trying to understand, like, what the fulcrum is, one of the big questions that I have is how much of the entity that we know of as the Deathless is still Joseph Akata, the archaeologist that was the former SOE or SOCT guy, the very ambitious researcher of Jovian artifacts and lore. How much of it is still him, and how much of it is the fulcrum itself? And if the fulcrum, because once he plugged into the fulcrum, how much of his consciousness has been taken over by the fulcrum? Is he in control of the fulcrum? Is the fulcrum in charge of him? A lot of what he has said has suggested that the fulcrum destroyed a part of who he was and empowered him with new information. So the question of what the fulcrum is, and more importantly, why it was made, becomes absolutely critical to kind of understanding what's happening overall. So the question of what the fulcrum has been gnawing at my brain. Here's the thing: the fulcrum is ancient. I believe it's probably first or second Jovian Empire. I think that the observatories that have been put in the system actually were put in by the third Jovian Empire later to monitor the fulcrum. But what we know about the fulcrum is that it was built outside of just outside of a black hole, which is a major gravitational anomaly. It has a clone bank in it and a virtuality. So it seems like it was developed in line with like sleeper tech, etc. And also it had cloaked stargates that led both to the southern area of New Eden and the northern area of New Eden. So the question is, what exactly was the fulcrum and what was it made for? Now, gravity is a very important thing in EVE Online. When we warp to something, we need a gravity signature to lock onto. And so I think that, so like in Star Wars, there's like the Maw cluster, right? Which is part of the Kessel Spice Run, which is a bunch of black holes. And the idea is like in the heart of the black holes, or like in the middle of this whole like unstable world, there's kind of this Lagrange point of stability. And in that place, the Empire has placed a secret research facility known as Maw Installation, so that way it would be almost impossible to find or detect, and incredibly dangerous to go to, even if you could find and detect it. I think that that's actually very informative for what the fulcrum is. You don't like the fulcrum isn't seeming to be drawing power from the black hole. It doesn't even seem to be interacting with the black hole. It's drawing power from the blue star near the black hole, but it doesn't seem like it's near the black hole for the purposes of gaining something from the black hole. I think that the black hole is functioning as a cover for Zarzak and for the fulcrum, right? It makes it harder for groups to attack it, and it makes it harder for groups to detect it. Another good indicator is as soon as a group that was unauthorized attempted to access the fulcrum or Zarzak, the entire place goes under lockdown automatically, right? There's reason to believe that the Deathless himself didn't even expect the event horizon to appear around the fulcrum, or around the Zarzak. That was an automated defense system. So all of this implies to me that the fulcrum and Zarzak was an ancient military structure designed for the protection of a group and their ability to project outward using their clone soldiers, right? What it does is what it's designed to do. And the Warden is another piece to this whole thing. Now, why the attack on the fulcrum required or made it so that the Warden was decloaked, and why the Warden was cloaked in the first place, is still kind of a mystery. But the idea is that all of these pieces kind of suggest that the fulcrum itself was designed as this bastion for some ancient military power of the Jove. So the idea that this could come back to the Second Jovian Empire and the Shrouded Days, and why the Sleepers had to leave, and what happened between these all groups is pretty high, right? And so thinking about this is what led me to start working on all of this ancient story of Eve stuff, but it got me spun up, and there's been some contradictions that I have found with my original theory that I'm not really happy with, but I'm still trying to work out. That Jove might actually be working on making an AI. What is it that what if that AI is the fulcrum? So, right. For those of you who've not watched my original tinfoil theory, it goes back to the Talikan and the Yanyung, because the Talikan, basically, at the time of the Eve Gate collapse, the Talikan and the Yanyung were both kind of in power. The Jove were not in power yet. In fact, when the Eve Gate collapses, the Jove were just arriving at the Utopia system at around the same time as the Eve Gate collapses. So they were completely disconnected from all of this and didn't even begin to build their empire until almost 450 years after the collapse of the Eve Gate. So around the time of the Eve Gate, we have the Yanyong, or sorry, the Talican, who are mostly known for being in Caldari space, and the Yanyong, which are mostly known for being in Galente space. Specifically, Yanyong is in the system of Del Tol. Now, the other problem with this is that a lot of the information that we have about the ancient world, they refer to them as Terrans, right, from Earth. And so things like the Isogen 5 caches were built by the Terrans. And also a lot of the information that I have, or some of the information I have to fill in these gaps, come from a data leak or whatever that happened with Echoes. When Echoes first released, there's a bunch of information in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the New Eden there that has not been revealed in EVE Online. I suspect that they sent the lore Bible to EVE Echoes, and Echoes published things that weren't supposed to be visible. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any screenshots from that time, and they've changed it, so you're just going to have to take my word on it for those things. But they're not that big of a thing. The ones are that the Adheduani turned into beings of light, the Talican helped create the sleepers as they are, and that there was some AI war with the Talican that ended up killing off a bunch of the sleepers, which lead them to have to flee the Talican and potentially rejoin into the Empire. So I have this theory about what all happened then and whatnot. The Talican are the constructors of the Dyson Swarm W477 TAC-P. So they clearly use these mega structures in order to warp space-time, in order to create connections to systems that otherwise wouldn't be connected to. They also have, the Tau Ceti are, the Frenchmen from Tau Ceti become the Galente. The Yanyong are much more mysterious. First of all, they are Chinese, probably. They settled in the Toll region, and they're mostly, like, the biggest suspicion is that they are kind of the source of the Yenmei people, which are just 4 light years away from Del Tol. Their home system is 4 light years away from Del Tol. I just realized I need to go to the bathroom really bad. Hold on a second. Let me set something up to play for you guys, and then we'll keep going. In fact, actually, we'll do this one. I'll be right back.
Look at this place. Over here. This one seems to be intact. Okay, let's bring it in for analysis.
The implant recovered by the extraction team has fascinating properties. An instant transfer of consciousness, even at the moment of death.
So much blood has been spilled in the name of our faith. Too many have died at the hands of Imperiums.
Imagine the military application.
But we have been blessed. I will unleash this new power and end the war.
We cannot allow one nation to control it.
They have done enough to leave their mark on history. Their soldiers would be dangerous beyond measure.
The power they would have, they would be
immortal.
Okay, so that is the birth of the Templars, right? So where was I? Right. So the Yanyong and the Talikan are kind of our ancient empires, and they both disappear later on around, well, I think it's like the 9000 AD. There is references to this being the late Yanyong era, and there is references with the Yanyong of the Middle Kingdom. There will come a day when I pilot a Marian battle mech. Oh, one can only hope. So, we see here that the lore of Eve, I went through, and there's a lot of different calendars and whatnot. In fact, one of the best calendars that we have, I've kind of replicated on my website, the timeline for YC122. So this is a major timeline effort that was made years ago that takes basically everything that has happened in history and kind of puts it into one timeline. Very useful. But I pulled pieces out of this in order to make this timeline, because I'm trying to figure out an answer for this period of time right here, from basically 9000 AD to 17,000 AD. So this, like, 8,000 years plus of time period where there's basically nothing, right? So they say that the Yanyong and the Talikan disappeared at about the same time from the records. However, we did find Talikan wrecks and structures and facilities and civilization or whatever, or the remains of their civilization in wormhole space, integrated in with the sleeper structures. Now, this is a big thing that I kind of want to do with you guys. If you guys are interested, one of the things I really, really want to do is start a process of like going through each of the wormholes sites and like just checking them out. Because like we always talk about the wormhole sites in terms of like the combat in them and the loot. If you go look up any of the combat sites, there is, or any of the sites' names, there's going to be plenty of guides that show you all of the rats and everything in them, but won't talk about the structures that are in there or the messages that you get or anything like that. And I think that there's a lot of secrets left in those. In fact, shoot, there's a better timeline. Is this it? Here's another timeline. Oh, nope, that's not it. Yes, there's this timeline where I don't actually know where this timeline originally came from. But what I like about this version of the timeline is that it cites its sources. It tells you where these different pieces of information came from. So I've been reading through this a lot recently. Here, I'll post this in chat, and I will put it on the in the description down below. So this timeline here has been one of the major sources I've used, but we can see that like some of these suggestions. It's a lot in Templar 1. Here we go. Like, okay. So this is what blew up my theory. My tinfoil theory from a few years back. This is what has my biggest wrench in my tinfoil theory, okay? The idea was that the Talikan did the Dyson swarms and created an Anoikis. The Yanyong, which were, as we can see, Yanyong advanced gravitonic technology and force field theories. So I suspected, and I've long suspected, that the Yanyong were the masters of Isogen 5 technology, where the Talikan were masters of, like, the Stargates, like, did the original Stargates, i.e. the static gates, and eventually made W477 TAC-P and the other Dyson swarms to be able to create, like, Anoikis as we know it today, right? And I assume that given the fact that they're both gone at about the same time, that there was some ancient war between these two. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier, where, like, there's reports from the Echoes game that there was an AI war which disrupted the alliance between the Talikan and the Sleepers. So, if the Talican are the makers of the Dyson swarms, and the Isogen 5 caches were designed, or the explosion of the Isogen 5 caches basically blew open the doors to Anoikis, one could suspect that the Yanyong were using Isogen 5 or trying to develop this breach engine in order to invade the Talican. Now, why would they need to do that? Why couldn't they just use W477 TAC-P? Well, W477 TAC-P in Inheritance, they talk about how that the builders had been human had been the first thing the Jove explorers were certain about. Logic dictated that the existence of an intelligent alien species was a possibility. Equally, a logical analysis of the orbital lattice clearly showed that it had been built by human beings. Every detail of scale, every aspect of physical provision for living intelligent beings, and every trace of language, mathematical expression, and logical form betrayed a unified human perspective. No aliens here. For all their caution, inevitably the day arrived when the Jove explorers activated one of the wormhole gates and piloted a ship through the unknown worlds beyond. By this time, many probes had survived and returned through the wormhole gates held open at W477 TAC-P end. Curiosity... Oh, no, wait, hold on. There's a point here where they talk about how it was... Yeah, here it is. There has been a great success in understanding the functionality of the wormhole gates. These were clearly designed to be operated, as it were, manually. Certainly, it was only possible to operate the gates with the assistance of a formidably powerful and dedicated computer system. Regardless, there was no artificial intelligence or anything like it in control of the gates or even connected in any way to their fundamental working. So you have this giant Dyson swarm, Dyson lattice, and these gate connections, but there's no artificial intelligence in it whatsoever. And then it goes, the designers, whoever they were, had been scrupulous in keeping the intelligence systems that did exist throughout the lattice entirely firewalled off from the gate operational systems. The intent was quite clear. The gates were only to be opened by living, breathing human beings. So why did the Talican need, or feel the need to have this defense against artificial intelligences, right? Now, that combined with the reports of the AI war led me to speculate that, of course, the Yanyong must have developed a viral artificial intelligence, and that this could be the other itself, right? And that this infection is what caused the collapse of all of them, right? So the idea would be, if the Yanyong couldn't get to Anoikis because they'd given up their physical bodies one way or another, then they would not be able to access this wormhole network. Therefore, they would need a new way to breach into the Anoikis, and what they would do is they would construct these facilities outside of blue stars, where not only was there an artificial intelligence that helped, or not only were drones sent out to go collect Isogen 5 slowly but surely in these facilities, but also the controllers of these structures clearly have the capacity to hijack other artificial intelligences within range. Because in the Chronicles of world, End of the World Chronicle set, the rogue drones there are under control of the facility itself, right? These rogue drones are being forced to continue to collect Isogen 5 and deposit it into the cache. So clearly we have this highly aggressive, highly advanced artificial intelligence that can infect and control other artificial intelligences to bring them under their control, right? So it seems pretty obvious. Okay, great. The Yanyong are the constructors of the caches. They're the constructors of the artificial intelligences. They did all of this, right? That's my initial theory. But here's the problem. So there is an item in the game. Where is it? What was it called again? Shit. Hold on. AI? Dang it. Hold on. Oh no, what's the name of it? Is it... Oh no, what's the name of it? Oh no, what's the name of it? There's an item. I thought it's noted here. Hold on a second. Let me read through this real quick and see if I can find it. Statics, 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 present pieces, strange energy readings. Here we go. The Odyssey, Wanket Infomorph. Oh no. Hold on. Could it be the ancient enemy as Dasha is actually specifically referring to the AI then rather than the drifters? No, because the problem is that they recognized it as the ancient enemy as Daja before they even recognized the drifters as being not like they think of the ancient enemy as Daja as the second Jovian Empire. Like they seem to use those two words interchangeably. They called them the ancient enemy as Daja prior to realizing that they are not quite who they say they are. It's not threaded waypoint map. Devil's Dig site. Oh my god, there's so much here. There was a whole thing about how the Jovian Empire were the original guys that were working on making an artificial intelligence. Oh no. I wish I could look up a history of like all the things I've looked up in game, because then I'd be able to find it. No, seriously. Hold on. Exodus. I've gone through so much stuff. It's hard to keep track of everything. How embarrassing. I know it's not named after Sleeper or anything like that because... hold on. Wait. No, I know how to look it up. I remember how to look it up. We're good. Like the stream. We're doing it. All right, so... or you could record your ramblings during the mining fleet as a way of keeping notes. Yeah, but then somebody would have to go back through it again. And... if anybody wants to help me go back through my stuff and make coherence out of it and edit it and all that stuff, I have money for you. I mean, not money, but, you know, in-game stuff. Put you on the cool list of cool people, etc., etc. Anywho, so... if we look at some of the pieces that are necessary... one of them requires... stuff... Come on. Here it is. All right. You could probably have had an AI program transcript it for you. You know, that's actually not a bad idea. All right, so the problem is that like the problem with using ChatGPT is that a lot of this stuff, like ChatGPT gives you the public answer, and a lot of this stuff is so archaic and so lost in the sauce. I mean, I don't think ChatGPT is digging through Wayback Machines to get the secret answers to things, right? So, one of the things I've considered is like attempting to teach ChatGPT this information, like have a conversation about it and all that stuff, but I am not that far into it yet. Instead, I just use you guys for this. All right. So if we look at here we go. Emergent Combat Intelligence. Hey, Velez07, thank you for that membership. I asked ChatGPT with some EVE Online stuff, and he gave me the wrong answers with confidence. Well, ChatGPT is going to do that. I mean, like, especially with EVE, because, like, again, all it can do is use the information that's being given to it. It doesn't know what EVE Online is. It's never played it. It just knows what people have said about it. Yeah, thanks, Mela. Yes. The Emergent Combat Intelligence. Okay. So here is the number one thing that is messing up my theory. Well, one of two things. Although emergent systems are not fully fledged artificial intelligences, they are often so advanced that they can be bordered on sentience. The means by which they are created is also a common source for claims that they are in fact full-blown AIs. Emergent system development is said to have been an early focal point of Jovian software design, where they hoped to create an atmosphere in which an advanced system could self-assemble its own consciousness and thus emerge as a sentient being. What became of these projects remains unknown, although the Jovians appear to have abandoned these pursuits many millennia ago in favor of something more tangible and containable. Designed from the ground up to perform complex real-time combat calculations, such as weapons tracking and heat optimization, this device shows the signatures of an emergent intelligence. Despite this, various hard limitations have been encoded into the device at the most fundamental level, greatly limiting its potential to evolve any further. Even in its current state, though, it represents some of the most advanced combat electronics ever built. Although nothing about the software is in itself revolutionary, it is able to track highly complex tasks with frightening level of speed and efficiency. So we combine that with the laid-on fork packet, and we see, recover from a copy of the laid-on Drifter Mind. This data packet may hold answers to the nature of the complex ciphers being generated by the Labyrinth complex. While clearly synthetic rather than organic in origin, this data packet shows evidence of layered redundancies associated with a mind that has evolved or emerged from a simpler set of constructs. So I feel like we're working on the same kind of boat here, right? Like this is, they're talking about how emerging sentient beings from low-level systems. Is it stream delay? Try to refresh. It should not have a delay. I know you're going to get that later in delay. Let me double check. I'm going to wave and see how long. Yeah, okay. No, if you refresh, there shouldn't be a delay. Okay. So, basically, we know that the Drifter Mind kind of emerged from simpler sets of constructs, right? But it says here that it was the Jovians who were working on this kind of AI design, which, of course, you know, the Jovians also become sleepers. This says that they abandoned that project in order for something more tangible and containable, which that by itself is also kind of a curious statement, given the fact that like Jovians are mostly about like biomanipulation, cybernetic enhancement, spatial topology type stuff, right? So, but more importantly, the thing that I keep coming back to is, okay, well, if it was the Jove that were focused on AI in the early days, not the Yanyong, then there you go, Malin. Why did they abandon it? And more importantly, remember, it is the Jove themselves that gave us the tradition of the one body, one mind law, right? The idea that there cannot be artificial sapience. In order to exist, in order to have a consciousness, you must have a body. And there's one body for every consciousness. This is a rule. This is why they clone. This is why they use, the pod pilots still have to be a person and not just an infomorph plugged into the ship. This is why the constructs continually reclone people in order to make sure that they can still have bodies to be plugged into the construct with. There's this huge, it goes down to why we as Capsuleers can only have one consciousness at any given time, right? So at some point in Jovian history, they went from working on creating their own artificial intelligence from emergent properties to we can never allow an artificial intelligence from emergent properties to exist. Everything must actually be a real person. And that is a pretty dramatic change, especially when you think about how crazy the Jovians are when it comes to research, development, and experimentation. It seems really weird to me that the one thing that they culturally hold on to is this idea that they cannot build artificial sapience when they were the ones that were originally working on it. So that's problem number one, right? I can't necessarily... How long do you think it would take before the tech replaces pod tech? Well, that's my point. Like, theoretically, you could do it now. I don't actually know how functional an infomorph is outside of a body. But I would assume that you could theoretically just load one in and have it control the ship rather than having to have a person be the interface that it, like this meat body that is required for some interface between the digital infomorph and the ship or other stuff, right? So, seems the limitation is having enough wardens. Ooh, that's a good point, Malin. The warden protects the world from the infomorphs. That could be very well a piece to all of this, that the warden was designed to be like the firewall for the fulcrum. But so this is problem number one when it comes to this. Problem number two I ran into when I was trying to piece all this stuff together is it isn't here. Shit. There was another forum post that I found a while back, or like while I was digging through this, and now I don't know if I have it open. No, I don't. So there's this old post. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. God bless it. Entertain yourselves, I guess. Hold on. Let me look real quick at my history. Because there was a forum post that I saw yesterday, or the day before. Boy, did I go down a rabbit hole. Hold on. Hold on. Is it... I think it's old forums. Would it be a Wayback Machine post, probably? I may have to just give up on that part. So there was a forum post that somebody made Oh, wait. Found it. Found it. Okay. So, that's terrible. All right. So here in eve-search.com, we have an old thread from the original forum post by Sorxis, right? Now, the key to this post that we got to remember, hold on, is that he posted this in 2010. So this is before Templar 1. So we did not have any of the information of Templar 1 when this first came out. So we're going to see some things that are like known to be false, right? But there's a couple things that he mentions here that I find very interesting. But it says, facts as we already know. Don't think that sleepers are imprisoned there. It's a similar galaxy, blah, blah, blah. Also, it's not likely that sleepers and the Talican were the same because sleepers were studying Talicans like they were studying the Eve Gate or any other things. Okay. So, what we know about Isogen 5 and stars. It is rumored that Isogen 5 exists in the drone regions and deep in sleeper space. Isogen 5 is highly valued for its energetic and destructive properties. A rare, extremely unstable variant of Isogen found in only bright blue Type O blue stars systems close to the star and used as a catalyst in multi-stage Terran weapon systems. First, the sleepers are, as any other ancient race, descended from humans and populated New Eden thousands of years ago before they vanished. Terrans were the only ones who have mastered the use of Isogen 5. Sleepers, as the descendant of Terrans, have the capacity to collect Isogen 5 and store it in pre-existing systems, even if they're not able to stock larger amounts of it for longer periods of time. That makes sense to all the intelligence that we have gathered about sleepers and their connection to stars, solar power, probably Type O or AO stars. Now that, as we all know, that the sleeper remains and relic in Mimitar Cosmos and near the Eve Gate, that they have been in our known space a lot earlier before the wormhole started to appear. That sleeper presence brought us knowledge of Isogen 5, Terrans to sleepers to us. Important role here is that the Sisters of Eve member corporation, the Sanctuary, blah, 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 blah. Here we go. Now, with all of the Sanctuary Corporation's efforts and Jovian knowledge, the vast amount of Isogen 5 are gathered and stockpiled near those stars and remain undetected by us because of their advanced cloaking technology. Something went wrong. Remember, this is, again, before, I think, even the Chronicles End of World came out. So they had no idea why the massive criticality event happened at this point, which was the explosions, right? Something went wrong. Something has triggered all of these stockpiles of Isogen 5 to explode all over the universe, forcing the stars to burst large amounts of exotic energy, including wormhole space and known space systems, such as Salian, SL-TAC, YBS, EAWE2, and so on. Total 8 stars in known space and 2 in W space. Now, I've said this 100 times before in previous tellings of this story, that 10 star systems simultaneously blew up during the Apocrypha event, right? Hold on.
Welcome to the State of Survival Ocean Shelter.
What the hell? No, stop. AI thing. Is this? This might not be the right one. I don't think it's the right one. It's cool though. I'm gonna watch it. Right. Okay, teaser. Good. Great. Cool. Here we go. It says 3H QC TAC 6 Planet 1 Constellation Sword Region Outer Ring Sovereignty or Security Level 0. There's the event. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 sites here. Why does he say there are 2 in wormhole space? Is he wrong? Is there 2 sites? Are there any shattered wormholes? Are there any shattered planets in wormhole space before the shattered wormholes were made, right? Because each of the big indicator that a system was part of this criticality event is the fact that, you know, it blows up the first star or the first planet. So the first planet becomes shattered. What we see here, hold on. We can see almost all of the identifiers. We see T-TAC-P, 5-TAC-C, ZB-TAC-8, EAWE-DAC-2, but there's some of these that don't get labeled. SL-TAC-YBS. Does anybody know what the 10 systems that got hit by the Apocrypha event were? Because if, like, I need to know whether or not he is correct here in the fact that 2 of the stars were in wormhole space. Because that changes the narrative completely, right? Because one of the things I stand behind is that, like, in order to figure out what's going on, in order to figure out what the device was made for, watch what it does, right? So maybe if you let the video play for 1 sec, it loads the labels. Well, but I just did that. Wiki says that there are 9 shattered planets, 2 of which are in wormholes. Where? Wait, where? Link it to me. The reason why this is important is because, so the idea, remember, my whole theory was that the creators of the Isogen 5 were doing this in order to breach into Anoikis. So they don't have access to Anoikis yet. All right, hold on. Shattered planets. Shattered worlds were once terrestrial planets, torn asunder by the immense cataclysm. All such worlds in the New Eden clusters are a product of the disastrous stellar events that occurred during the Salient incident. Shattered planets can also be found in special shattered systems in wormhole space. Where's the 2? Where's 2? What? I don't see anything about there being 2 planets. Because the shatter wormhole systems come from W477 TAC-P explosion. Aha. Shattered. 2. Fuck. Okay. But what 2? Okay. Okay. So that's something to figure out. But also, like, I feel like this is information that we should have, right? Either way. No. This is before the shattered wormhole systems, because the shattered wormhole systems have, like, all of their planets, or a lot of their planets shattered, right? So, like, if you go here, you can see all of the planets are shattered, right? And there's a list of shattered systems. Here are all, this is definitely more than 2, right? And we can even see, okay, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that's still only 6. That's 6. Locust signatures. Ah! Beautiful. It's a class 5 and a class 3. That's it. That's what I needed to know. So this one has a stat. Stop it. This one has a static of an M267. So it's a C5 with a C3 static. And the other is a C3. Interesting. Interesting. I find that interesting. Let's look at the planets. Thank God for Eve travel. All right. Yeah, you can see here. The first planet is shattered. So this system was part of the original network and became shattered, not by the Caroline star, but by the Apocrypha event. And then the second one is... Yep, there it is. First planet shattered. And it is a class 3. So let's go ahead and look up. It is a class 3 with a D845. D845 leads to HiSec. Okay. Confirmed in game. Only first planet is shattered. So, in addition to that, I'm looking for a very specific site. Hold on. We're looking for... These aren't them. Outpost, solar cell, fortification, frontier, stronghold. Not it. Let's go to the class 5 one, because the class 5 one is more likely to be correct. No, this doesn't have it either. This bothers me. Okay, so no. There is a site called Strange Energy Readings. Okay? It's only in class 6 wormholes, though. So, shoot. None of this has the... See, this is what bothers me. Okay, so none of this has the information that's, like, shared in the site. So, we can go to my little records here, this one, to be like, okay, so, sleepers in W space. The sleeper structure in W space is at least 12,000 years old. Presumably Oruz or Azimnik or Star Home is the ancient, refers to the ancient Dyson sphere. Storage of isotopes suggests Isogen 5 and possibly plans to connect the interstellar network once active. Shoot, where is it? There's a message in that site. There's a container. Grrr. Yeah, here we go. Found it. So, in the Strange Energy Reading site, it says, the radiation levels of this site are high, but within tolerable limits. Wavelength readouts suggest a large cache of a powerful isotope was once housed here, but no solid traces remain. The level of radiant antimatter can only be explained by an immense and recent matter displacement. So that's the message that you get when you go to this site. And it says, by the way, hostiles incoming. So everybody focuses on the hostiles, but they don't focus on this discussion, right? So the idea is that there's a likelihood that this was an Isogen 5 cache. Combine that with the fact that there were explosions in wormhole space, seems to imply that it was almost like resonant, right? that those were also part of the explosions. Now, what could be is that since one of them was high sec and one of them is C5, that could just be the chain that the explosion went through, right? Where, you know, the Isogen 5 criticality event went from... Are there any high sec systems that were part of the Shattered? I don't think so. I think all of the Shattered systems are in low sec or null sec. So no, that couldn't be it either. Ugh. Okay. The point is that there's now, like, I now have some sort of suspicion that it could very well be that the sleepers... Maybe the sleepers are the Terrans that constructed the Isogen 5 caches. And they created the AI, and I've been blaming the Anyong all this time. Now, why the sleepers would be doing all of that, and how... So, there's a concern, because the question is, how did the sleepers use the Dyson swarm to travel to W477, or to Noikis, right? Maybe it was to reopen the Eve Gate. That is actually one of the biggest theories, that it was, that like this was an attempt to open the Eve Gate, but it doesn't seem to be related to that, right? That just feels like the kind of thing that we just guess because it seems like the obvious thing, or like the big thing, I guess. So, I mean, we know that the SOE would like to do that, but like, and it could have been a desperate attempt to open up the Eve Gate, but what it has to do with Anoikis is, I think, the big question here. So this is why I want to be able to start going through these different sites, because there's weird stuff in these sites. Another thing that he talks about here is the fact that the sleepers are only found in... Sorry, the Talakan structures are allegedly only found in higher class wormholes, right? That the higher the class it is, the more likely the sites have Talakan structures in them. There's a good chance that the precursors had a lot of shared technology, like the fulcrum being a stellar transmuter. That's true. Also, like, one of the theories that I've thought about with all of this is that the Jovians, like, I've long thought that the Jovians were a puppet state of the Talakan at the time, that the Talakan kind of took interest in the architects, you know, the what would then become sleepers, and like helped them become the sleepers that we know and love today. I also, so as we talk about in the tinfoil theory, there is this thing where the original sleepers, or the original Jovian colony ships, had the sleepers, or, you know, the people who stayed in cryostasis, and then there are the ones who didn't stay in cryostasis, right? And those became the Adheduani, right? And the Adheduani function as kind of the intermediaries between the sleepers and the Jovian civilization. But we also know that the first Jovian Empire collapsed because the elders managed to gain control of the empire, right? So the Jovians are always been like kind of this somewhat disconnected set of enclaves that united together to form an empire, right, in the first Jovian Empire. And you know, so each of them have their kind of their own thing, but they work together collectively, kind of like the Triglavians do, for their united effort. And it wasn't until the elders gained full control of the empire and tried to suppress further biological research that caused the fragmentations of the Jove Empire. To read some source. Isogen 5 seems very space-time, spatial related, which is Talakan's fields. Except for... So there is this post about how Isogen 5 has unique gravitonic properties. But I don't even know if that's like a real. When I read it, when I looked into it, I think that specific post might have been player lore. So I don't know how authentic it is. But that's another reason why I've always tied Isogen 5 to Yanyong. I think that the Yanyong were a little bit more elegant in what they did. But again, like now, it's a kind of up for grabs. Hold on. Oh yeah, there's the Algos picture right there. Where is it? No. Jove Empire. What? I thought it was here. Nope. I guess not. Oh yeah, never mind. I found it. So the first so the early Jove, having anticipated difficulties in colonizing the system that they had acquired and wishing to be as self-sufficient as possible, the early Jovian colonists were particularly well equipped for survival in isolation. Even so, with resources limited, many opted to remain in cryostasis to avoid putting excessive strain on the new settlements. This use of cryogenics to relieve pressure on society seemed a natural extension of its use in the Jovian migration to the old world, and indeed cryogenics would become a distinctive refrain throughout Jovian society. The colonies of early Jove gradually began to diverge from one another as their separate philosophical and scientific outlooks developed. Several of these enclaves were devoted to the accelerated development of human species, variously concerned with genetic modification, cybernetics, and psychological conditioning to explore transhumanist socio-political theories. It can be speculated that some of the directions taken by these groups were radical in the extreme. The First Jovian Empire. Whatever the details of the early Jovian conflicts may have been, it appears that about 10 to 12,000 years before the formation of Concord, the Jove resolved their struggles and came together to form the First Jovian Empire. This achievement brought all the scientific and technological powers of the various Jovian enclaves together under one nation, heralding a golden age for the Jove. With very little survives of the First Empire's history, but what fragments are indicates that more than 8,000-year reign was remarkably cohesive, productive, and peaceful society. Over the course of time, the highly diverse enclaves of the early Jove apparently grew much closer, and a people more like the modern Jove came into being. During the period of the First Empire, the factionalization of the Jove appears to have been limited by the overarching authorities of the people's ruling council. The convergence of many enclaves also contributed to the stability of the empire, and while several distinct sociogenetic factions developed, their energies were diverted into playing particular important roles in the life of the First Empire. The wisdom of the First Empire political structure lay in providing an environment for scientific freedom, while ensuring that the products of enclave research led to a greater social and political cohesion. The ruling factions of the First Empire were particularly concerned about further developing technologies that promoted the long view. As a result, cryogenic suspension, virtual reality environments, cloning technology, and longevity enhancements were constantly under research and development. The glories of the First Empire were tragically dashed by a catastrophic collapse. Though the factionalization tendencies of the Jove had been usually directed at the First Empire's government for thousands of years, in the end the pressure could not be contained. The problem began when a particularly conservative faction achieved overall control of the First Empire. This faction, called the Elders, due to their extensive use of longevity technology to extend their lifespan, seems to have come to the conclusion that Jovian society has reached an ideal equilibrium, and therefore all efforts at change should be suppressed. The effect of this action over the next few centuries was akin to trapping gas in a pressure vessel while neglecting to turn off the heat or provide a release valve. The founders of the First Empire had understood all too clearly that turning off the heat of the Jovian curiosity was radicalism was not a viable option. They had therefore provided a release valve in the structuring of the policy so that every tendency in Jovian society could be made more useful. The Elder faction, in their desire to maintain equilibrium, attempted to enforce stasis on an inherently dynamic system. The eventual result was explosive. Amid great destruction and chaos, the First Empire collapsed. So, do they? I know that they have Isogen 10, but yet to see Isogen 5 related stuff with the trigs. Well, Isogen 10 does suggest that it can be broken down to other forms of Isogen. It is also largely based on the assumption that the stellar transmuters are collecting Isogen 5 from the heart of the star. Something we don't have necessarily verified, but there's lots and lots of hints towards. So the point here is, I still believe that the Elders are what in Templar 1 get referred to as the Adheduani, right? That the Adheduani were supposedly the caretakers of the ones that were sleeping during their long travel, which means the Adheduani would be the most likely ones to be using technology and bioenhancements in order to prolong their lifespan. And so it makes sense that the Elders would gain control over the society if the architects, then sleepers, because they're the intermediary between the sleepers and the rest of society, right? So I also think that, it's kind of odd that they're completely stable for 8,000 years, and then suddenly the Elders are able to take complete control over things. This goes into my theory that the sleepers as we know them were basically taken by the Talican out of the Jovian society in order to modify them to become the sleepers that we know. And that absence of the original authority allowed the Elders to kind of impose their own view on things, which, remember, the Elders are still statics. Same with the sleepers. They're both part of the static faction, as it were. And so in absence of the greater authority to keep them in check, the Elders try to push their own agenda, causing the collapse of the first Jovian Empire. And then when the sleepers return to the Jovian Empire after they almost die with the Talican, that's when kind of we lead to, they arrive during the second Jovian Empire, and that's what leads to the Shrouded Days, right? That's been kind of my going theory with all of this, and that still remains pretty much intact. And the reason why this is because I'm trying to resolve the difference between what they say in Templar 1 happened and what we know has happened. Because in Templar 1, the Jovian seems to suggest kind of one contiguous thing, because he says that the architects, by the fall of the second Jovian Empire, the architects had become this major power broker, or the main leadership caste of the empire, right? It's also the architects who implemented two simple but unbreakable rules for the construct. You must have been born in the physical world to enter, and for every soul inside the virtual world, there must be a body in the real to return to. So then... yeah, it says... Heaven Constellation was a thriving set of worlds, littered with distinctly Jovian structures, exactly like the sparse remnants we have found. The construct became a network of minds and was a perfect medium of scientific experimentation, and time dilation was possible within it. So this would have been after modification, right? This is now, they are now fully fledged sleepers, right? Does it mean that the architects may have been the one who worked on the AI? I mean... possibly, but likely not. I don't know. They had multiple enclaves, so all of them were working on different things. But it says, okay, so the architects discoveries leapfrogged the real technology capabilities of the Jovian Empire forward by generations. This is another one of those interesting things where if the architects were integrated in into the Empire, then the Jove, then there would not be any need for leapfrogging. That seems to suggest, like I said, they came back now way better than they were. But the Adhediwani began overt attempts to influence our way of life directly, a proactive plot to guide our world closer to theirs. They played their role of gods, deciding what technologies to unveil, which leaders to support, and sabotaging interests that they believed didn't align with their interpretation of the greater good. So that's where I think that like the elders and the Adhediwani are basically pegged as being the causers of the collapse of the Second Jovian Empire. But as it says, this was tolerated until the disease appeared. So, like, and that's the thing about this, is that it seems to suggest that the architects were kind of in charge of Jovian society at the time, like throughout the entirety of the rise and the fall. But we know that that's not possible. How reliable and unbiased do we think this recounting is? That's a good point. I have zero confidence that this is actually 100% a true telling of events, and this is why. So this story in Templar 1 is told by a guy named Grius, right? Grius is a Jovian, and in this story, he's talking up about how great the Adhediwani were, right? They were the ones who watched over the Jovians during their sleep. They're the ones that had to make difficult decisions. They say something along those lines. Some tried to rebel against it. Presumably, the architects and the Adhediwani improved on the virtuality during these tests. So, like, the Adhediwani had to make... they knew the virtuality was not real, dwelt in memories of home, and anguished over the future. This led to them testing the construct, pushing its limits, and trying to break its laws. Hold on one second. At least when the Adhediwani were in charge, the shuttles ran on time. Yeah. Hold on. Templar 1. They said page 314, right? Oh boy, that's probably not right. Let's grab this quote. Nope. Really? There we go. All right. So, it says, what you call sleeper civilization has origins that predate the collapse of the Eve Gate. You already know that they are direct ancestors. By the height of the First Empire, they were an elite scientific subculture whose prestige stemmed from the proficiencies in cryostasis, fullerene-based quantum computing, virtual reality, and biocybernetic technologies. They were the undisputed masters of virtual worlds, able to create parallel existence almost indistinguishable from reality, as well as new clone anatomy that allowed them seamless passage between the two. To understand the sleepers, you must first understand this perspective of humanity's struggle. This is the Eve Gate. It was right after collapsing 15,000 years ago. Few stargates were operable in New Eden, and the warp drives of the era relied heavily on fuel. 7 massive vessels entered the picture. Each featured enormous domed forts. This fleet of ships contained what we call the architects. They were the so-called sleepers, Doctor. They were commissioned to build the first stargates in the Jovian civilization, which at the time occupied a single colony in New Eden. You know them today as the Utopia system. It may seem ironic to you, but they were the most technologically inferior and destitute race at the time. These 7 ships passed through the cataclysm before the cataclysm, but were not fully fueled. Faced with extinction, they pressed on to their intended destination, the Heaven constellation, 30 light years from New Eden. The only reason they could even consider the voyage at all was because they built their mission around cryostasis and virtual storage. With no assistance from warp drives, this journey would take decades to complete. The architects convalesced in time-dilated virtual reality, keep their mind prepared for the task ahead. They, along with the ship's captain, But the crew that you see caring for them had the greatest responsibility in the entire history of the Jove Empire. They were the guardians of the race during the most vulnerable time. They, along with the ship's captain, were called the Adhediwani. So we're setting up the Adhediwani as being this super cool dude, right? Or a group. Yes, actually, this is very much like the Matrix. And the other is Agent Smith. So these were literal motherships, blah, 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 blah. Providing safe passage is the beginning of their obligations, Grius continued. The core mission of the Adhediwani was to guide the architects from their virtual world back into reality at Journey's End. Once there, they presided over the construction of the gates and the establishment of the colony. To their eternal credit, all 7 succeeded, securing the foothold in the New Eden cluster. What made it collapse? I am forbidden. Why can't you tell me? By the time of the second... Grius continued as though I had never spoken. By the time the Second Empire arose, the architects had transformed into the elite subculture of one of the most powerful and influential forces in our civilization. Their technology evolved significantly. The imperfections of the first voyages were corrected. The construct now was a network of minds, a perfect medium for scientific experimentation, blah, blah, blah. The Adhediwani began overt attempts to influence our way of life directly, a proactive plot to guide our world closer to theirs. They played the role of the gods, deciding what new technologies to unveil, which leaders to support, and sabotaging interests they didn't believe aligned with their own interpretations. There were clues even back then about the Adhediwani struggle. So... Yeah, the... Wait, hold on. Yeah. The architect's virtual discoveries leapfrogged the real technology capabilities. The Adhediwani... Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. We just said that. For a time, we tolerated, but then the disease happened and everything changed. So, like, this kind of talks about this continuous time period of this. But this, like, there's no mention of the collapse of the Second Jovian Empire. And some of this is kind of convoluted, like this idea that the Adhediwani began to influence the way of life. You know, if the Adhediwani are the elders, this sounds like the collapse of the first Jovian Empire, not the second. So they're he's already kind of trying to mix things together. But more importantly, if we go to Theodicy, so in Theodicy, which happens before Templar 1. So this is actually Theodicy, spoiler alert, is kind of the story that leads up to the battle back at Theoth. And by the way, I've done a full reading of Theodicy, which you can find on my on the YouTubes if you're interested in this. But if you notice, here's Grius again. Grius is the same character as this Grius here. So the Grius in this story is the Jove, and in this story is the same guy. But the piece I didn't mention here is that Grius in Templar 1 is not actually Grius. Okay, the Significance, which is a ship piloted by Marcus, is intercepted by a Jovian ship that then projects this consciousness, this being, or this, you know, hologram into the ship to communicate with him. Okay, so this Grius even says that he's not the real Grius. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it off the top of my head, but he even says that he's just a construct built from the memories of the original Grius, and so he may not have all of the information, right? Where is it? I don't know if he says it here, but in it, but at the very end he says, Humankind will suffer immeasurably from this. No one else but you knows what is really at stake. Help them survive, Marcus, please, because he's explaining, the other to him. So the whole message of this Grius is designed to try to impose, impart upon Marcus the severity of the other as a threat, right? The biggest threat to New Eden. In fact, he says... The other is not natural selection. He rejects our perspective on the grounds that his information is too complete to judge the merit of the world or the virtual one. He lacks the perspective of history. He cannot comprehend the challenges our imperfect race has faced or the immense good that has come from it. He does not truly understand what it means to live, to suffer, to overcome, or to preserve, or persevere. And he does not care what he must destroy to realize his own ambitions. That you can call evil, placing his needs above the entire race. We Joves are incapable of feeling hatred, but we are fully committed to ridding the universe of his existence. Man, okay. Well, he says, he goes, Empress Sorum was a convenient vector for his entrance into the world. Any immortal with predictable clone jump was vulnerable, but she was positioned perfectly for his agenda. The Adheduani has been infiltrated and compromised. All of their work to shepherd mankind towards a socio-technological utopia they know we can achieve was revealed to the other. His first victims were the architects. You, the Amar Empire, and the rest of mankind will be his next. So, again, so here he poses the Adheduani as being this heroic but possibly tragic group of people, but seen as the main adversary to the other, the true threat of humanity, right? Whereas in Templar 1, he gives a slightly different account to things. Now, in Templar 1, he's still a living being. This is the real Grius. So he says, the Jovians stared at her for a moment. So this too is by their design. The ones that you call the Order, a confluence of events orchestrated to produce an outcome desirable to them. No coincidence at all that you were permitted to save him. He has a role in the scheme, and so do you, apparently. Everything the Order has ever given me was intended to help them. The Order is... So he goes, what do you mean? The Order was threatened by the Amar Empire? The Order, we call them Adheduani, do not fight their own wars. They have empires fight for them, which they achieve by controlling their influence of who rises to power. But Mimitars weren't supposed to collapse so quickly, and it appears that they have also underestimated the impact of the Amarian religion on society. So now they have successfully involved us to reset the balance of most favorable to them. So what he's saying is that the Adheduani are using the Jovians to take down the Amar to help the Mimitar, right? So basically, the accusation here is that the Adheduani were the group of people that kind of orchestrated the Battle of Akatioth, which enabled the Mimitar rebellion, right? He goes, the Adheduani are our greatest enemy, and that makes them your greatest enemy as well. We cannot sit idly while they selfishly interfere with the history that is yours to decide, no matter how destructive or how often you wish to repeat it. So it's very interesting that this guy went from the Adheduani are the greatest enemy to... The Adheduani were, these heroic characters that helped the Amar or the Jovians kind of rise to the power that they did, right? Like, that's very different opinions. And in fact, at the very, very, very end of this message, he says, "Goodbye, Marcus. I've done all I can. What happens from here is up to you." He goes, "Wait," I asked, remembering what I was speaking with an AI. "What happened to you?" He goes, "I chose the wrong side, and it cost me my life." And at the very end of Theodicy, hold on. Don't tell. Nope. Nope. Dang it. He says specifically, Grius says to not Like, have Viola not tell him how he died? To draw the Galente Federation into war with the Amar Empire, the Order's immense power is a menace even to us, and yet the expansion of the Amar Empire appears to have threatened them directly. Yeah, so... Boo, where is it? He actually causes... He gets them to shoot him. Space Ghost Coast to Coast. So one is left asking, did he even send the recorded AI engram? I don't think so. Yeah, he goes, Grius, Viola Antones, Grius said, taking her by the shoulders and speaking just a few inches from her safe face, if what Faust said to me is true, then I will see you again. When that day comes, do not tell me how I met my end. Do you understand? Do not tell me how I met my end. And then he goes, he gets Faust to execute him as a way of kind of trying to... There's a whole thing about this. Like I said, you can read the whole story, but he's kind of trying to, like, save Faust in a way. So he goes, kill me, Grius says as he turns towards the bewildered Faust. In plain view of the guards, quickly do it. Bullets kicked up a chunk of tarmac. Before Faust could react, the Jovian grabbed his wrist and thrust the pistol into his own chest. You could save the lives of at least some of them if you act now. Faust squeezed the trigger once, and Grius stumbled backwards, and the bullet passed through him. This is a PDF. It's a Theodicy. It's pretty long. Like I said, I made a series of videos, and I think we've actually stitched them together into one cohesive video now. And then later on, when he shows up, she tries to tell him, but he stops her. So the point is that Grius is like actively attempting to deal with the Adheduani. That's the side he's on, is against the Adheduani. And he dies doing it. Even though he comes back later, like, obviously, even that version is eventually dead, according to this version in Templar 1. So the question is, who is this Grius? And I think that this Grius is actually a agent of the Adheduani, right? That it seems that it's like he's telling a relatively true story. We can tell that the other exists. We can tell that his stories about the sleeper civilization are relatively true because, you know, we also get lenses inside of the sleeper construct throughout the book. But his telling of who the Adheduani are is what I have in question, which is why things like I think that what he did was like mingled the stories of the Adheduani with some of the other stuff and kind of massage the details a little bit to make the Adheduani look better, trying to convince them that the other is now the ultimate threat and not the Adheduani themselves. I'm assuming Grius, being Third Empire Jove, probably doesn't have a QE4 implant for infomorph transfers. Yeah, that would be correct. There's no... We do not believe that that Grius would have been able to remember, like, his moment of death, which is why, I mean, like, if he'd be able to remember his moment of death, then why would it be important for him to not learn how he died? Right? So that makes sense. Grius paused the image and zoomed in on the doomed vessel, green fire. Oh, they're looking at the Battle of Akatioth. He may have just suspected someone else would claim to be him. Well, that is one of the weirdest points in this whole thing. Like, what does it matter? But I think that, like, so the point that was happening in that moment was that, again, Grius was trying to Grius sacrificed himself to make Faust look good, right? He wanted to save Faust because Faust was the Amarian leader in this whole story. And so, like, they imprison them all and all that stuff, and Grius comes to the conclusion that Faust needs to live, and with, like, the troops coming in, he needed to, like, prove that Faust was doing the right thing. And so, by killing the Jovian, like, he's able to, you know, be trusted again by the Empire. And so that becomes a secret that kind of has to die with Viola, right? Man, it might be worth going back through and reading this again, or at least listening to my reading of it again. It's fun how many of the characters from Eve Galaxy Conquest is in this story, though. Yeah, and this is also the event that causes them to destroy the gates because they're afraid of the Adheduani's influence. But here's the thing. The Adheduani, they are... He says some things about them. He says... There's not a direct translation in your language. Adheduani is actually a reference to a priestess who is like the communicator between God. If someone raided Jovian brain scans to create the Grius copy, that would be wild, creating infomorph slaves from brain scans. I mean, like, they probably preserve some information for their bloodline. Here we go. But the Adheduani ability to remotely stimulate neural pathways assigned to audio functions in human brains, the science is beyond our comprehension. At least for now, the technology of the Adheduani are much more advanced than our own. They possess absolute mastery of quantum physics and particle science, and the telltale signs of their presence is nonlinear teleportation. So, yeah, the Adheduani, and in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the New Eden, they suggest that the Adheduani became beings of light. But, and here's the critical thing, like, one of the theories has always been that the Adheduani being beings of light is like a false thing, that they are actually like locked up somewhere and are using projection in order to kind of appear that way in various places. So one of the theories that I've explored before is that we have the Sephim for the Amar and the Talrog for the Mimitar. And so we see here, basically, this is a piece of what we were talking, what I was looking at with this grand theory of everything thing, right? Where we can see that, so during this time, right? So this time here, this big gap in time, this is like the Jovian Empire's height, okay? So the rise of the First Jovian Empire is in 8500 AD. The collapse of the First Jovian Empire is in 17,500 AD. So what we have is this moment where in 16470 AD, this guy named Amash Akara is crowned first emperor of the Amar. And 10 years later, he is contacted by the entities known as the Sephim. So the Sephim is a possibly mythological race of beings that visited the Amar people 6,000 years ago. They bestowed upon the Amar Emperor 2 magical items. One, now here it is, a reading from the scriptures, I think. Now it came to pass on the 3rd day of the 1st month of the 10th year of the rule of the Emperor Amash Akura that the midday deliberations were abruptly brought to a halt when the day darkened in the sky. And the sun went black as night, and the birds fell from the sky, and the flowers shriveled in the fields, and the people fell sick in the streets and in their houses. And in this moment, a terrible distress in the skies opened with a loud shriek of angels brought bright as the sun was black, descended down to earth, and their beauty soothed all the people and animals alike. And when the angels touched the ground, with their feet, the earth shook violently, and fire engulfed those daring too near the divinities. Their power being mighty and their presence potent, the people were wise to not look closely upon them. The emperor came from his high seat to the retinue to meet with the angels outside of the city walls, and lo and behold, the moment the emperor passed below the city gates, the sun cleared and the shone as brightly as ever before. All of the glory of the emperor and the heavenly angels that called upon him. The angels spoke at the language of God and called themselves Sephim, those that guard the high seats of heaven. God ordered them here to protect the emperor against all evils that ever beset him. The Sephim offered to the emperor a present from God as one brother to another, the Amitat, the scepter, and Avatat, the crown, showing the great pleasure that God had had in the earthly work of the emperor. And thus the Sephim came to serve the illustrious Amash Akura and stay by his side during his day and guard his sleep at night. The great house of white stone and marble was built for the Sephim to reside in, and they were attended by the best servants the emperor had to offer. For hundreds of years, while the Sephim watched over the emperor, no wars or epidemics or famines ruined the lands, and the people were content and joyous. From Istha in the north to Melikel in the south, and Edris in the east, and Ifra in the west, people came to pray before the holy Sephim and receive the blessing and take it home to their families. The Sephim stood tall and beautiful, clad in their white and amber robes with masks of gold and silver to protect the people from being struck dead by their angelic beauty. And all this time the Emperor Amash Akura did not age one day and was healthy and as strong as the day he came of age. The scepter gave him vigor, and the crown gave him acumen, and his rule was wise and fair. Then Moloch the deceiver sundered the land, and the people suffered floods and plagues conjured by him. Moloch turned the people against the Sephim, and people who once sang their praises now abhorred them. The emperor saw that all was not good, and summoned the Sephim and said unto them, The people are in great distress. What remedies doth thee have? And the Sephim answered, My lord, the land has split against thou. Thou must make war upon thine enemy to reclaim what is justly thine. And the emperor asked, Will thee aid us in this perilous endeavor? But the Sephim answered, No, my lord. We are only here to guide and guard. It is forbidden for us to aggress upon any man. Then begone, the emperor said in anger, for his foes were formidable. And the Sephim, no longer in the emperor's favor, returned from whence they came that very day. And the moment that they left, the sun went black, and the people cried in anguish, for this was an evil omen. And that night God spake to the emperor Amash Akura in his sleep. Thy folly is great, Amash Akura. Thou hast rejected those who I sent to thee in thine hour of need. Thou must redeem thyself to me by mine own merits. And the next day Amash Akura had aged all his days, and his hair was white and his skin wrinkled, but his spirit was high and his will resolute. God had charged him to take back his empire. For 5 years Amash Akura battled his enemies, wielding the scepter and crown, and triumphed in the end. The day after Moloch the deceiver was brought before him in chains and sacrificed on the altar of God, the emperor died in his bedchamber, his task fulfilled. And that night the sky turned red, and the people were again angry, or were again happy that God was content, and with them and the new emperor. So the idea is that the Amitat and the Avatat, the scepter and crown, had been destroyed or lost to time, but effectively what we see here is a story of these powerful beings coming down and handing over these artifacts, the Amitat and the Amitat and the Avatat, to the emperor. But eventually that gets rejected by them, and the angels go away. And we can see that this happens right here in kind of the middle of the First Jovian Empire. So, you know, there's a lot of like fantastical things that get, like, especially in Legends in EVE Online. But here we see that there could very well be a very practical explanation of what's going on. We know that the Hedjuani and the Jove were attempting to manipulate the other races, and especially by doing so by manipulating their leadership. So it makes a lot of sense that the Sephim could be one of the early experiments of of these seraphim. And in fact, it specifically, they talk about their influence of the Amar and the Mimitar, right? So this could very well be the Amar's manipulation. So the question is, what happens next? Well, if you see here, where is it? In 2374 AD, so this is actually after the collapse of the Second Jovian Empire, but I believe before the beginning of the Second Jovian, yeah, oh no, Third Jovian Empire founded. So I don't think we have the exact dates of the Second Jovian Empire. Let me double check. Oh, wait, no, we do. 2000 AD, or 20,000 AD. So let's go with... And the Second Jovian Empire lasts until... unknown. So, after the Second Jovian Empire has been formed, we see the Matar come to peace and the first elders and establishment of the 7 tribes. So this is kind of one of those ones that's a little bit weaker in my position, because like there's actually no... So you have the story of the first elders, but they don't really talk about when the first elders actually happened. I'm assuming that the first elders, or well, I'm tying it to this moment that has been declared of like the peace between the Matari people and the kind of the formation of a unified Mimitar empire happened in 2374. Second Empire collapsed somewhere in the 22. Yeah, but where do I put it? I could put it here, whatever. 22000 AD. Second Jovian Empire collapses. Cool. But we have these first elders, right? And so the first elders, it doesn't actually say when they happen, but it says, while the Mimitar tribes have followed their own spiritual philosophy since the formation of their first collective culture. So it's the first collective culture. One commonality has been a shared pantheon of 7 spirits. 7 spirits. These current tribal names have been derived from the name of the first elders, and this has been adopted by every elder who's assumed the role since. So this is where the names of the 7 tribes come through. So I think it's a fair say to say that like the first elders are from this point, which is the peace and the unification of the Matari tribes. We have Sebes, Nephin, Thuk, Varoka, Stark, Brute, and Krus. Now, we have artifacts. Okay, the first elders were deified early in the Mimitar history and has served as the embodiment or avatar of the tribe's collective spirit. Scholars such as Kite Yun has pointed to 3 principal influences on why this occurred: references to significant artifacts, a great journey that brought all of the elders together for the first time, and a manifestation of the Talrog form. The first has been a reference to both recorded material and oral traditions of the first elders being in possession of particular artifacts. While they may have been located and understood that they're under the bottom of the ocean in the continent of Coruscant, there are 3 distinct camps that attest them being either entirely metaphorical, objects constructed specifically to signify the authority of the bearer, or most popular in the modern era, fragments of a singular artifact that was divided up during an initial Great Migration. The traditional word for these symbols translates variously as into grant, aspect, or hope, and other words synonymous with these songs. These and songs amongst the tribes make references to the artifacts being fragments or gifts. Amongst the Varokior, there's a chant used in feasts to refer to these original artifacts as sustenance, divided up as corn cake is expected to be when the words are recited. Much like the Matari themselves, the dispersal among the tribal leaders marked a point in history where the tribes started to also separate and distinguish themselves. It's generally accepted that the original artifact, sourced from the Crystal Desert, was divided at a point of great suffering when the people decided to divide and venture out in search of a means to maintain survival. Despite this fracturing, it is clear that the three of the artifacts remained in the largest island of Coruscant, while the possession of three significant leaders. After a time, it was those known as the First Elders that were in possession of them. In Coruscant, Stark is usually depicted as the leader, and the other two in possession of the artifacts as his most trusted advisors. Though the Brutor and Verokyor chronicles emphasize that the three worked together to govern the largest population of the Matari. The three are referred to simply as the brains, bronze, and wisdom behind the Starkmere culture that eventually fractured, but set down many of the practices and rituals that would inform the earliest tribal assemblies. Whether the artifacts themselves led to significant differences that have evolved into each tribe has not been established, although it's agreed that the authority imbued within those in possession of these items led to their significant influence over the formation of each respective tribe. What seems clear as the chronicles of each tribe are assembled and studied is that these artifacts were imbued with knowledge and were consulted or meditated on. Each tribe has their own language for what was drawn from the artifacts, though this seems to be colored by the persuasion of each particular first elder that came to possess them. Sephim chronicles, for instance, refer to them providing knowledge, brutor, strength, and crusural secrets. Each artifact also describes in a different way in terms of their physical appearance, though they were understood to be extraordinarily complex in design and or mercurial according to the nature of how they were employed in storytelling. The second is that the various references across all the tribes that all tell the same story of a journey and subsequent first war, the possession of the original artifacts, and apparently responding to the calling of the items themselves. Each elder had visions of great spirits and an island that Thakur readily identified as Maj, the largest one of those making up Maorar. While the tribes had traditionally only had intermittent contact with those on their respective landmasses, all societies had had some contact with the nomadic Thakur, who had developed a sophisticated means of navigation and spent a great deal of their time in the first expeditionary seafaring vessels, some of which were literally floating villages. With their respective elder visions started, many of the tribes had therefore learned seafaring techniques from the Thakur tribe and were prepared for the sojourn that was to follow. Thuk was the first to arrive, having familiarity with the destination. The Starkmere embarked on the large ship that had significant military presence, led by the powerful warrior Brute, who had increasingly foreboding visions of what laid ahead. These were echoed by the auguries of Verokyor, who also referred to his first mother, the aging shamanic prophetess who oversaw the spiritual health of the people and their leaders. Sebes also traveled on the barge, flanked by a large retinue. Both fleets encountered each other halfway to their destination, lashing their ships together in a single flotilla at the core of the larger fleet. It is understood that at this time that Sebes and Stark started a relationship. Neffin arrived with a small retinue, making a camp at the respectful distance, but often trekking into Starkminer's sight to speak with his fellow elders. Gruss traveled alone and was the last to arrive, eventually washing up on the shore after being wrecked in the storm. He was found by Verokyor, who, despite her age, ventured out at night in response to visions and was guided to him as soon as the large fleet she had been part of had arrived. This event strongly influenced the bond the two in their role as peacekeeper and messenger later. Then there's the first great tribal war had become almost mythical in the retelling. So already we're starting to see some of the same symptoms, right? We have artifacts, we have spirits, we have guides and visions, which again, we could say like, oh, this is just mythological, whatever. But when you know that there are super powerful entities that can talk into people's minds and, you know, appear potentially as a body of light or and other such like that, it does seem like these are related events, right? That perhaps whatever it was that was the Sephim is also the spirits contacting these elders. It also makes sense that, you know, they first tried to contact the Empire, and then when they were rejected by the Empire, they later contacted the Minmatar. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Oh no, where are we? So many pages are open already. It's inheritance. What just happened? Oh, never mind. It's right here. The first great tribal war had become almost mythical in the retelling, but caused by a rift between the Brutor and Sebastor that had the other tribes picking sides. The collective story of all Matari tells the tale of how the hostility started. Once the elders had all come together, they were approached by powerful spirits offering great knowledge, in particularly the ability to walk as a spirit. Yes, allegedly the artifacts are still in the ocean. It was the elder Sebes that apparently argued for the other elders to accept the gift, but she faced strong opposition from Brute, who had until that point been supportive of Stark, but now stated that he recognized how blinded he had become by his adoration of Sebes. It was Verrocchio that was eventually chosen to consult with the spirits about this gift, and she wandered away to be amongst them. In her absence, the elders squabbled when they weren't talking to visiting spirits. Eventually, they agreed that these entities and the knowledge that they were providing was negative influence, leading to covetous, materialism, and competition. These were dark spirits, evil in intent, that tested and tempted them. The decision was eventually made to leave the archipelago as soon as Verrocchio returned. When she did, she was pale and weak, near death, and did not speak. Brute was enraged, and the others were afraid, and he was the one who confronted and refused the spirits, who grew very angry. The island shook with volcanic activity, said to be due to the anger of these terrible dark spirits. The elder fled the island, and the volcano erupted again. So now, once again, what follows? What heralds and follows these spirits? Great natural disasters, right? So the elders fled the island, and the volcano erupted, intending to stay together and make their way to Corycia, the site that would eventually become the Great Caravanserai. On their return journey, the squabbling intensified, influenced no small measure by the fact that the artifacts continued to channel communications from the evil spirits. As a result, Brute moved against the fleet one night with an armed escort and took all of the artifacts from each of the elders, in some cases under the threat of force. The most fierce confrontation took place between Brute, Stark, and Sebes, who refused to give up theirs until the Brute threatened them both with death. As soon as their artifacts were seized, Brute threw them all into the ocean. That's why we think that they're in the ocean. This act was to mark the point where the Brutor separated from the Starkmanir, and several ships loyal to the warrior Brute separated from the fleet afterwards and made their way back to the Mayor archipelago, stating that they would take up watch there, protecting the other tribes from any future influence from the darknesses that they had encountered. On the return, that they established themselves as at the site that they eventually become the city of Barahem. Brute would eventually return to Corycia and then venture as far as Mikramurka with the intentions of destroying the influences of Sebes. While the other tribes said that he was driven to war by the evil he had intended to contain, Brute insisted that he never encountered them again, nor found any sign of them. Without an enemy, he had then turned his sights back to the other negative influences and started the conflicts that began the first great tribal war. The first time all the tribes had been involved in a single conflict as they picked sides apart from one. Amidst the conflict, the Verrocchio flocked to the sides of their elder near death. The figure who became known amongst all the tribes as the First Mother remained largely passive throughout the first days of the war, recovering from whatever had weakened her during their time with the Dark Spirits, but on regaining her voice took great steps towards bridging peace. While Chrysaoril were known to have aligned themselves with the Brutor initially, they vacillated between the tribes, and it was actually the Elder Crus that eventually brought an end to the first great tribal war and brought all the elders together again at the site of the Great Caravanserai, where Verrocchio had recuperated and taken residence. Verrocchio had been limited by her advanced age in the years of the first peace sought at the Great Caravanserai, and had regular messages to the other elders and tribal leaders asking them to come to her to discuss terms. It was only Crust that responded affirmatively and became her emissary, going to those leaders that did not make the journey to her, particularly Brute. Stark's disregard for her welfare during the larger conflict of the First Great Tribal War would also be the catalyst for one of the chiefs of the remaining clans to begin causing trouble for him in subsequent years, questioning many of the traditions and decisions of Stark and the other Starkmanir leaders. He would eventually be sent into exile, many of his clans following him on an exodus to the greater Sobaki Desert, and they would eventually become the Verrocchio. On her death, Verrocchio herself became the first to appear in the traditional Talrog form. Yes, she is. So the third reason for the deification of the elders is the appearance of the Talrog form, fundamentally linking them with the spirit world due to their powers to presumably cross over or communicate while in physical union with it. The first regarded appearance of the spiritual manifestation of the elders is known as the Talrog, comes from the Thakur archives with the death of Varokia, the first mother, whose history has been intertwined with the earliest mythologies of the people. Close to death, the first mother is said to have asked Crust to carry her up the mountain, where she meditated on the rocky outcropping known as the Pinnacle for 7 days, eating only traditional corn cake, while she looked towards the distant Sobakai Desert as those loyal to her left. On the 7th day, she called the other elders to her and spoke of what she had learned from the dark spirits during their time in Mayor, in particular the method by which a quasi-spirit form could be generated. Varokia chronicles report that on her death it is said that her flesh was rent into beams of light and that she emerged as a pure manifestation of spirit, the first Talrog. Though this is understood to be allegorical, what is clear is that the original Varokia never again appeared as an old woman, but the glowing white masked version. Regardless, this form then appeared before leaders in 7 tribes over 7 days, especially those who had left for the greater Sobakai Desert, before eventually being united with a new elder, once a handmaiden of Varokia, who then assumed their roles. Oh yeah, no, I don't... Part of not having a plan is I have no plan to stop either, for the record. Many stories have similar processes occurring with the passing of the elders. Accounts have Torog appearing to watch over the body of the departing elder, who experiences physical death in the spirit form, then walks the earth however long it takes for assume human form once more, which can be anything from minutes to years. It is considered extremely offensive to inquire as to the actual science behind the manifestation of the Talrog, presumably not only because it is the providence of the elders, but also because it protects the processes by which they are generated, which is considered tainted concerning the bad spirits were also involved. Whilst it is not understood how the first achieved in recent history, the Talrog form is rationalized variably as either a rudimentary form of cloning technology developed by the elders, illusions that have become more technically sophisticated with the passage of time, hallucinations, hypnotic suggestions, or a mix of all 3 elements. Traditionally, however, it is considered a thought form resulting from the extreme mental and spiritual discipline of the elder who wills it into existence. It is a being that can take the physical features of the past elders, but in a very rudimentary way, seemingly influenced by those around it. Its voice is usually that of the last elder, though they have been known to speak in the voice of the elders long departed. Regardless of whether it appears as a male or female in its individual features, like the current elders themselves, the Talrog is referred to by the name of the first elders, such as Varokia or Thuk. A mental projection, it does not require the elder to have died, and is not confined by mass or distance. Some account of the encounters of the Talrog involve it moving objects or having substantive forms, but in other cases it is described as incorporeal. Oh. So, hey, we're just talking about lore. So, like, as I've talked about in previous episodes, these all feel very connected, right? The Hedyuani, their desire to influence the worlds, their appearance to the the appearance to the Amar by the Sephim that bring artifacts that try to like bring them lasting peace, and then later come to the Matar. In fact, I've kind of suspected that maybe the Hedyuani kind of stepped in and like took over the Matar at this time. We do know that it seems like is there an analog event for the Caldari Galente? No, there is not. Well, kind of. So this idea of like the Talrog form and the ability to transfer consciousness is not exclusive to this whole thing. We also have, let's look up, so the Intaki, which remember is a major, like the Intaki is kind of the weird people for the Galente Caldari. And the big thing about them is they have the Reborn. Although persons in risky positions, such as Starship captains use clones, the general Intaki public refrains from using them. Instead, they have a unique method for transferring the personality of a dying person into a newborn baby. Steeped in tradition and perfected with technology, the Reborn process is an ideal Intaki version of the afterlife. And then also they have their leadership cast, the Ida. So, we are considered by outsiders to be a quiet, reserved, and thoughtful people. The unwritten laws or customs of the Intaki give rise to these impressions. We tend to think before we speak, preferring to give concise statements rather than half-formed thoughts. When someone is involved in a task, we prefer to let them acknowledge our presence rather than interrupting. We also tend to look at problems in a more holistic way, considering all things connected. Much of this is crystallized in our philosophy, or as others call it the Intaki faith, or simply the Ida. The literal translation is to consider, and is a good description of the Intaki. Some try to belittle us by calling it the path of least resistance, although that is a good description. One of our core tenets is that all things are a cycle. Death leads to rebirth. A solution only leads to more problems. We know that the soul or spirit is eternal and will be reborn many times to learn many lessons. And once it fully understands the cycle, it may finally move on. The reborn are an important part of this. These were people who had reached a level of understanding that they may now choose to be liberated, but choose to remain and teach others. In earlier times, there are many tests and rituals to ensure that a soul had indeed been reborn, and through mental discipline and training, these reborns were able to continue their work over many lifetimes. These rare people were given the title of a Dhamma. In modern times, with the assisting of technology, the rebirth process has been made more certain. In fact, many of the techniques and experiences of the reborn have assisted in the development of perfection of psyche restoration and cloning. But even today, the status of the Dhamma is reserved for those who have been reborn without assistance. So the idea is that they have this religious leadership group known as the Idama, and they have the capacity, supposedly, to be reborn after death. And this technology that's used in being reborn is likely the technology that was stolen by first the Ishikone, and then later the Lai Dai, to create their transneural microcontrollers and subcranial nanocontrollers, respectively. That technology likely is some sort of like cloning technology, but it's hard to say. There's also this whole thing about the Intaki system being somewhat close to, oh gosh, that other system that starts with E, where all of the precursor artifacts were found. So like there's a suspicion that possibly they have some sort of precursor technology that is used in all of this. One could assume that the tradition started by similar encounters that the Minmatar and Amarian leaders had. Yeah, possibly. But key points here is there is no being of light, per se, in this whole regard. They have a way of like, yeah, Ugalis. Yes. So Ugalis in this whole area has precursor artifacts and possibly rogue artificial intelligences. And so I've always suspected that the Intaki likely had ancient artifacts that they could use to then create these this transfer of consciousness. But I feel like it's a more primitive version of what the Adheduani / potentially the elders have access to, right? So, blah. Also, hold on. Let's see. Let's pull up Empyrean Age. Let's see what oh nope, that's Burning Life. Where's Empyrean Age? There's Empyrean Age. What does the Empyrean Age have to say about the elders? So, white? Nope. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that. Light? How am I going to find this? Light? Maybe just look up Elder. You're making me think these guys are Terran AI designed to reconstruct civilizations after the Eve Gate collapse. I think that possibly the Adheduani, i.e. the Elders, base. So here's where I've gotten, okay? What if the Adheduani are just Jovians who have plugged themselves into a fulcrum-like building somewhere and are using it to project outward forever as a way of like kind of securing themselves and manipulating the rest of the universe, which begs the question of why the fulcrum was empty, right? Why is there who was supposed to be in the fulcrum and why was it empty? The Elder fleet got smacked down by that, but not the Elders themselves, right? Hold on. Here we go. So this is from Empyrean Age. He's basically just discovered that there is this secret navy being formed. Basically, they've been stealing money or shunting money from the navy in order to create this fleet alongside the Thucker, right? So they overlooking the rows of perfectly aligned battleships and heavy assault cruisers was a line of capital ships, each capable of unleashing apocalyptic destructive power, positioned throughout like a monolith guardians. 12 dreadnoughts, each more than 3 kilometers in height, alone were positioned around the centerpiece queen of this starship hive, the Ragnarok-class Mimitar Titan, in its final stages of construction, awash in the red glimmer of countless beacons of light, itself so massive that the mighty dreadnoughts seem insignificant by comparison. The market value of what you see here is worth more than the entire Republic economy, Ameline said. Ameline. Hey, look, it's Ameline. Angel Spirits of Mar Mimitar history, Triglavian Koshoi, the concept of infomorphs, and the fact that Jove implemented the Concord law to make sure that they must have a body in the fulcrum entity. Yeah, it feels like all of these things should be related, right, Wizard? All right. This is just one of 3 hidden staging areas, all hosted and protected by the Thucker tribe. One of 3, Chiton gasped. Watching as a team of MTAC wielded armor plates into the exposed rib structure of the carrier. Where could the money from all this possibly come from? The money trail goes back hundreds of years to the first hours of the fledgling Mimitar Republic, when Galente aid was all that supported us. That cannot be. The Federation assistance was intended for reconstruction after the rebellion, not an arms buildup. So it says in your history text, Ameline says. Which would also state that the Federation Senate opted to finance the aid as a percentage of the total fiscal budget, as an allocation would scale in perpetuity with economic performance. Now tell me, which nation state has seen the strongest growth since the inception of the Republic? Impossible, Chiton thought. His mind raced through the history of the Mimitar-Galente relations. So, I guess... Oh, okay. So what he's saying is that the Federation, it was a percentage of the total fiscal budget, and the Galente have seen the strongest growth since the inception of the Republic, which is true because a lot of the Mimitar migrated to the Republic, to the Federation. So as the Federation grew, so did the budget that would then become this. Impossible, Chiton thought. His mind raced through the history of the Mimitar-Galente relations. The size of the Federation budget has grown 1,000 times over since then. The amount of money pouring into this hidden war chest for the better part of 2 centuries must have been staggering. And what thievery? What would the Republic be today if that money had been used the way it was intended? Who's responsible for this? He breathed. How could they convince the Thuckers to cooperate? Rolling into view was a gaping entrance of the Titan's hangar, currently a patchwork of unpainted metal sections crawling with drones, shimmering with the intermittent strobes and sparks of countless welding torches. Growing larger and larger, the sheer size of the structure gave Chiton the sensation that they were descending towards the surface of the planet, not a man-made machine. The Elders are responsible, Ameline said. They are the reason why you're here. The Elders aren't real, Chiton whispered. backing away from the viewport. Ancient mythology can't be explanation for this. Again, she remained silent. So it's really weird because, like, okay, so the Empyrean Age is written by the same guy who wrote Theodicy, which I think I already got rid of. Hold on. So Theodicy is the story about these elders and them getting killed. Yeah, they have our elders, but these are like the physical. These are the human being elders, the leaders of those tribes. So, yeah, I just find it interesting that Chiton says that they're not real, even though maybe because he believes that they are dead now because of this. Wait. Maybe find them will give us the initial bastions. Yeah, Jeff. So that's why I said, like, the fulcrum seems to be a bastion, right? And they even said that the bastions are going to be like our own personal virtualities. So we're either going to find more fulcrums or construct our own versions of them in order to make these bastions. That's true. Okay. So let's see. Step forward, reluctantly, keep going. Bewildered, he walked on, trying to stay focused on the narrow surface beneath his feet. Looking over his shoulder, he noticed that the same pathway leading away from the wolf's stalking collar was retracting, its edge following them as they walked. When they were barely 20 meters from the doors, the light inside of the hangar began to dim. "This is far enough," she said, stopping. "Enough for what? Why are we stopping here? Don't move," she warned as the wolf disappeared completely. Total darkness has engulfed them. "I'll be right beside you." Chiton tried to compose himself, terrified at the sound of his own breathing. The blackness was so absolute that he had lost all sense of direction. He felt Ameline tighten her grip on his arm slightly. For the first time, he found her touch reassuring. 7 white figures emerged from the darkness. At first, just tiny spots of light, but then transforming into apparitions that were several meters taller than he was. Their faces were indiscernible, nor was the shape of to their limbs, but they appeared to be human. Despite the radiant light, Chiton was still unable to see anything, not even his hands before his face. It was as if the ghosts were all that existed in the universe. "We elders are no myth, Sebaster," an older voice spoke. "Do you know why we brought you here?" Racing through his memories, he summoned all he could remember of the lost ancient history. The legendary elders, the mythological incarnations of the 7 Mimitar tribes, were selected men and women from every generation dating back to antiquity, each charged with the responsibility of absorbing the accumulated knowledge of the ages and using it to guide their journey towards the future. Although human, they were treated to be the reverence of gods and hidden from public view to keep their identities secret. They are believed to have been murdered by the Amarians during the occupation of the Mimitar homeworlds, and many of the present-day Republic doubted that they even existed at all. Yet here they were, standing before him, and given the surreal circumstances of everything he had witnessed already, there was no reason to believe that these beings were anything other than what they claimed to be. "My failure at the assembly," he stuttered. "To Republic politicians, perhaps," the female voice said, "but not to us. You spoke truthfully about the indignation of the Mimitar and the hypocrisy of the governments of the empires. Your actions today were anything but a failure. They were bold." "We are not gods," another voice said. Each of the elders was taking turns speaking. "It is only our years and wisdoms that earn your respect, nothing more. A sanctuary for our race, a sacred home to recover from our wounds inflicted by the Amar. In the centuries that have passed, much of our strength has been restored." What of the Republic? Your love for the Republic is well documented, but it is the Mimitar that you hold closest to your heart and threaten, and therein makes all the difference. The two are not the same. The Republic is all we have holding us together, Chiton says. The cost of all of these war machines could have made such a difference in the way. The Republic will fail because its leaders have tried to reinvent Mimitar in the likeness of the nations that nearly destroyed it. We will never regain what was taken from us this way. So all of this just to take back the worlds that we have lost? A quest for retribution and vengeance? Haven't we shed enough blood already? The 7 apparitions held steady. Such would be a fool's obsession. Land means nothing when we can roam the heavens at will. It is primitive of you, and indeed of all the empires, to think that the universe we share as a collection of territories. We are unbound, Chiton, free to travel wherever our ships can take us. but the force is necessary to take ourselves back, including those tribes living freely under Amar rule. Chiton realized the implied meaning. The Nephantars, yes, the betrayers of our race, co-conspirators with the conquering Amarians, vengefully turned upon by the other tribes and hunted with merciless wrath everywhere they travel. But it's not how it seems, Chiton. The outcome was the price the Nephantars willingly paid for their sacrifice. Sacrifice, Chiton scoffed. To what? What? The Amarian god? Those traitors helped paladins to hunt down and butcher us like animals. By the way, the Nephantar are the Amatar. The desperate, horrific diversion to shelter those whom they were trying to protect. The last survivors of a tribe whom you believed are no longer with us. Chiton's jaw dropped. The Starkmanir, he gasped, clutching his mouth. Impossible. They were exterminated first, right at the start of the invasion. You need only gaze upon the guardians at your side to see that they still live. A soft beam of light fell on Ameline, still standing perfectly straight with her arm in her hand like an angel warrior. Absolutely stunning, he thought, marveling at her exotic facial features, understanding now why he was unable to place her origins before. She was a living reminder of the horrors suffered by the Mimitar. The passing of an entire civilization seemed to flash before his eyes as he studied her, bringing to life the forgotten relics of the ancient past to which he now felt a powerful bond. Descendants of the original purebloods all live on Amatar worlds under the supervision and protection of Nephantar overlords, toiling alongside other Mimitar slaves, as oblivious to their own origins as the paladins are about their survival. You're going to go after them, aren't you? His voice trailed off as he considered the staggering force that the elders could bring to bear against any foe that stood before them. The Starkmanir bloodline will be restored. The Nephantar will be realigned, and here in the sanctuaries, Mimitar will be made whole once again. But what of those who live in the Republic? Chiton asked. Your government is saturated with corruption, and Prime Minister Midgular has failed to accomplish the one objective she could have controlled, promoting unity among the remnants of the tribe. Her policy of appeasement with the Amar have only deepened the rifts between them. But we will do this much for the Republic. When the evil among her ranks least expect it, we will purge her government of Amarian influence once and for all. The evil amongst her ranks, Chiton thought. My God, it can't be them all. No outsider has ever seen these grounds and returned to Empire space. As our ambassador, you will be the first. You will be our voice to both your government and to the assembly powers. You will continue to speak for your passion for the worthy people of your republic need inspiration and hope now more than ever before. Tell them only that you have been judged by their action, that they will be judged by their actions, but say nothing of our existence. We have sacrificed and lost too much. We will stop at nothing to retake the destiny that was stolen from us by Amar. The apparitions began to fade and the lighting inside the hangar began to return. Ameline will be your connection to us. She will never leave your side. She is your guardian and your guide. Her words are our own. Heed them well. Go, Sebaster. Return to your beloved republic, but keep Mimitar close to your heart. So, yeah. Kind of like when we put all of this in context, we can see, like, once again, the fingerprints of this group of Jove, the Adheduani or whoever, who's kind of manipulating things over and over again. Now, here's an interesting thing about this. So now, if we go, this ends too early. So if we go back to the lore and we look up the Defiance, we find out about the new Defiance, which is in YC 109, right? So YC 109, Empyrean Age takes place in... When does Empyrean Age take place? Wait, oh, never mind. I'm so dumb. Empyrean Age takes place in 2008, okay? So, in fact, if we go back to here and we look up YC110. Right, so... Maltu Shakur, Speaker of the Republic Parliament, even went so far as to endorse Ushikan's team. So Maltu Shakur, at this point, is the Speaker of the Republic Parliament, not the Emperor, or, you know, not the Sanmatar of the Mimitar, right? And the issue is that Midgular, Karen Midgular, who is the current head of the empire, or of the Mimitar Republic, was attempting to build a peace with the Amar. You know, this placation with the Amar, and this was kind of kicked off by ambassador, or like the failure of that attempt was kicked off by, again, Kaiten Yun, who oops, shoot, sorry, I keep doing that. If I go here and look up Empyrean, wait. So here we see the initial speech by Kaiten Yun, who he says, during my tenure as a professor, I found that the study of history compels... This is in front of the Concord Assembly. During my tenure as a professor, I found that the study of history compels a thorough examination of humanity itself. To gain an understanding of our past, we must first understand ourselves and the relationship we share with our fellow man. As an academic, I always emphasize parity in the telling of our history. As diplomats, we have a responsibility to our children and to the objective when we record events as they take place today. Only then can we navigate through the challenges ahead and forge a better future for us all. As the technology of our civilization advances, so too does our responsibility to promote its application towards the advancement of peace. With the union of man and machine, we have taken our first steps, small steps towards an age of posthumanism, in which science has liberated mankind from the chains of mortality. The Capsuleers are the Empyreans of our age. They are our shepherds to the stars, and these times will undoubtedly be recorded as being amongst the most pivotal in the history of man. That is why we get called Empyreans, by the way. The awesome responsibilities that come with these advancements have brought with them great challenges. I am certain we will meet some of these with success, but my experience tells me that others tragically will remain unconquered, impeding the progress of our humanity and sheltering us from the Great Enlightenment. I say this because time and time again within these hallowed assembled halls, our efforts to rise and conquer the fundamental challenges of universal equality and human rights have failed. I have always found it astonishing that we have the will and the means to achieve seemingly impossible, like building titans or creating oceans on dead planets, and yet here we cannot agree on the fundamental tenets of human decency. The silence in this hall right now as I speak these words tell me that the means are here, but not the will that we are lacking, but it is the will that we are lacking. I stand before you as the ambassador of an enslaved race, speaking to an audience within which the enslavers are listening, and I ask myself, how have we survived, we of New Eden, when the definition of humanity remains so elusive, so transparent for so many? For years I have studied the history made within this assembly, and I am convinced that the history will judge our generations by the achievements that we have not made here. So many times goodwill has been disguised for indifference. Men have stood in this very spot and insulted my republic with their empty promises, ignoring the pleas of ambassadors like myself, begging for them to see reason instead of selfishly running from it. My nation holds a seat at this assembly, and yet the overlords who spit on our freedom are permitted to share this honor as well. Is there any greater insult than this? Here they can legislate policies for the alleged betterment of New Eden when the plight of billions cry out from within their own borders. Why is such blatant hypocrisy allowed to persist? What justification can we have as an assembly to allow in our presence a brutal empire that embraces slavery, peddles the women and children of my nation like cattle across its borders, drugs them into obedience, and then dares to appear in the sacred hall under the pretense of diplomacy and goodwill? At that point, he's interrupted by the Amarian ambassador saying, I've heard enough. I've not traveled all this way to be insulted by a novice. How dare you? And, you know, it doesn't go well from there. So that is the speech that he's talking about with the elders later on. And so, like, this plus the other events of the Empyrean Age really kind of jostles any kind of peace that was trying to be formed between the Amar and the Amar Empire and the Mimitar Republic. That leads to, in YC109, Captain Murator reported to his fleet and Capsuleers allies that he had received an offer of truce from Admiral Kenneth Filmer, who desired to talk to the renegade captain in wait, hold on. I sorry. I skipped to the end. In June, YC108. So this would be... Uh-oh. Is my timeline messed up? Nope, right before that. So May is when Kite Yun... Yeah, many were surprised, therefore, not least among them Karen Midgler, when you used his inaugural speech at the Assembly to condemn Concord for acquiescence to the slaving practices of the Amar Empire, which then leads to the Malcolin, not leads to, but it's followed up by the Malcolin incident where the Nyx supercarrier is crashed into the station, killing Otroguryushi, the CEO of... wait, no. Who'd it kill? It killed, yeah, right? Otroguryushi was the one. Yeah, okay. Otro got killed during that crash. And it's also, you know, then the Mimitar attack, the Elder Fleet attacks, they blow up the structure, the station, or they damage the Concord structure in Yulai, and then they proceed to attack into Amar space, where the Jamil's fleet shows up and blows them all up. We're now caught up, at least on that regard. But then, so kind of in the aftermath of all of this, in the formation of the Concord Emergency War Powers Act, the creation of faction warfare, and the rescuing of the Starkmanir and the Nefantar, or the Nefantar specifically. We now have, in June, so the next month, the Defiants were founded by Captain Karshil Murator after he led a mutiny against the Republic fleet, stealing several capital ships and their support fleet from their moorings. Having grown tired and disillusioned with the leadership of the Republic fleet, Murator decided to take matters into his own hands in an attempt to curb the perceived threat of the Amar military in the Bleak Lands following his previous war with the Blood Raiders. Initially, Concord reported the unscheduled jump drive activations of the Republic fleet Hell-class supercarrier, Alfild. Two other Nidhogger-class carriers, the Magni and Mahdi, were also reported to have jumped away from the same dock facility over Kulheim Petor, where they were stationed with the Alfild as part of their regular deployment. Many other ships forming the support fleet of the Alfild carrier group had also departed moorings without authorization. In response to this unscheduled jump drive activation and lack of prior notification from Republic fleet, Concord issued a low-level warning under the Capital Ships Control Protocol in the Yulai Convention, a protocol which forbids capital-class ships from jumping in high-security space and requires Empire's registered ships to inform Concord of such movements. The Republic fleet quickly responded to Concord's alert and began locking down their own capital ship fleet under Concord's instruction. The Alfield supercarrier was under the temporary command of Captain First Class Karshal Murator, recently decorated with the Drupar Sun Award. Earlier in the week, this same fleet, along with Captain Murator, had failed to attend the inauguration ceremony of Amar holder Gavit Torash, acting as the Republic Parliament representative's honor escort. Captain Murator's mutiny, his intentions are still unknown to anybody at this time. They would later reveal themselves flying under the Defiance as an homage to the original Defiance. So there's this group of Mimitar known as the Defiance. These are the new Defiance. So they're hearkening to this older group of people in Mimitar kind of legend, right? Called the Defiance. Following the theft of the Alfield, along with two other carriers and support fleet, the Republic fleet issued a denial of any prior knowledge of Captain Murator's intention, confirming that these actions were not authorized. They later admitted that they had no knowledge of the current whereabouts and the missing elements of the carrier fleet, launched an investigation. Republic Fleet Command eventually determined that Captain Murator, along with the crew in both supercarrier and support fleet, to be absent without leave and declare them rogue. Reactions amongst the citizenry of Mimitar Republic reflected the people's disturbance over Captain Murator's mutiny. Following his high-profile award of the Drupar Sun Honor, Captain Murator was quickly becoming an embodiment of duty to the Mimitar people and an emergent role model among the many young Mimitar, especially those within the military. Immediately after Alfield's disappearance, the Amar delegation to the Concord Assembly demanded that the full status of the supercarrier be disclosed, along with all prior information of the Republic fleet has sent them regarding the ship's future waypoints. The Amar added to a threat to their communication to withhold similar information from Concord about their own capital ship movements in the future should these details not be immediately disclosed to them. Despite there having been no statement of intent by Captain Murator at the time, or even confirmations that they led a mutiny with hostile intentions, reactions among Amar holders and common citizenry was one of quiet concern, having recently concluded a major conflict with the Blood Raiders, resulting in their expulsion from Bleakland regions. A potential new threat against them had become a great concern. In November, YC128, the Defiance, led by Murator, launched a number of attacks in the Bleaklands, targeted independent holders' assets as well as low orbital structures. Initially, these attacks were too swift to determine the identities of the assailants, who focused first on crippling communication systems before moving on to other infrastructure. What little information eyewitnesses could provide indicate that the ships were mostly cruiser and frigate classes of Mimitar design. 1 week after the attacks began, Captain Murator made a public announcement naming his group the Defiance and called on other Mimitar to rise up against the Amar. Hostilities escalated when the Amar battle station scheduled for redeployment to the Throne Worlds region was attacked and destroyed in Solasa in December. The overwhelming assault was conducted by the Defiance. Under Captain Murator, supported by Capsuleers alliances Urshikon and Fimbulwinter, along with other supporting Capsuleers. The battle station was destroyed and the Mimitar forces withdrew from the system. Before Murator declared responsibility in the attacks in the Bleaklands, tension between the Amar Empire and the Mimitar Republic increased on a daily basis. The Court Chamberlain's office attempted communication with the Mimitar Republic to request any information about that they had on these attacks and the origins of these ships. Despite requests for talks between the two empires, none transpired. The tension spilled out into the already volatile Capsuleer conflicts following the destruction of the Amar battle station in Solasa. The Bleaklands saw a large influx of Amar loyalist Capsuleer organizations such as CVA, Pi, etc., and Vigila Valyria, willing to combat the emerging Defiant threats. These groups already had long-standing conflicts with the Defiant Capsuleer allies who participated in the battle station siege. I love the fact that, like, we're reading this. This actually played out in-game, at least in part. Like, these are player groups, right? So actors on the various sides helped kind of instigate this conflict between these player groups over these targeted objectives, right? Which represented, you know, the Defiance and their attempts to take down Amarian facilities through guerrilla warfare. Following the destruction of the battle station, the Imperial Chancellor Office began openly criticizing the Mimitar Republic and the Republic fleet, suggesting that they were covertly rendering support to the Defiance in their attack against the Amar assets in the Bleaklands. These accusations were eventually answered by the Republic Parliament head Malatu Shakur, who stated that the Amar overreaction was no surprise, and that the notion of the Mimitar Republic was assisting the renegade captain was baseless speculation, not supported by any factual evidence. So, yeah, in February, YC-109, Captain Murator reported his fleet and Capsuleer allies that he had received an offer of truce from Admiral Kenneth Filmer, who desired to talk to the renegade captain in an effort to bring him in. Captain Murator requested that no one interfere with this discussion. Towards the end of this meeting, when Murator refused to turn himself in, the Republic fleet forces entered the system while destroyed Murator. The Republic fleet forces entered the system and destroyed Murator's ship and capsule. The pair met in the August system, Hematar, in orbit over the 10th planet. Admiral Filmer sought to negotiate the captain's surrender to the Republic fleet custody. When it became clear to the Admiral that Murator was not going to give himself up, he ordered his support fleet to enter the orbit and engage Murator's ship. The attack prompted Capsuleers and Defiant ships to enter the August system and warp to Murator's position to defend them. As ships from the Defiance and Urshikon opened fire in defense of Murator, the captain of the Republic fleet pilots both demanded that they cease fire. Captain Murator stated that he would not have Mimitar fighting each other. Moments later, his ship and capsule were destroyed. Republic fleet elements withdrew from the system, and Murator's body was recovered from the scene by Urshikon forces. It is understood that Captain Murator's clone, provided by the Republic fleet, had been deactivated shortly after his mutiny, almost a year earlier. Captain Murator was not known to have had another clone in standby after this, and is listed as deceased on the Republic fleet and Republic Security Service records. Following his death, the Prime Minister's office issued a statement on the incident, claiming that orders had been given directly by Prime Minister Karen Midgeler to apprehend and terminate Captain Karshal Murator. News of this resulted in protests across the Mimitar Republic, as well as harsh words from the Defiance Capsuleer allies against the Prime Minister and Admiral Kenneth Filmer. This culminated in a demand for the resignation from Urshikon, who had issued a one-isk bounty on Prime Minister Karen Midgeler, stating that this was her worth to the Mimitar people rounded up. This act was condemned by many loyalist Capsuleer forces, such as Electus Matari. The Urshakhan held a protest in orbit over Matar Pator, renewing demands for the resignation of Admiral Filmer and Prime Minister Midgelar. Eventually, Admiral Filmer attended the scene with an escort to plead for calm and understanding among the Capsuleers. He eventually announced his resignation from the Republic fleet at the protest. Reports of attacks of slave colonies and holdings in the Bleak Lands continue to surface until November YC109, when the first reported instance alone, over 30,000 slaves have been taken into a single facility. Notably, all the slaves taken were of Mimitar ethnicity, with slaves of Elur and Nikuni origin were left behind. When questioned by authorities, these remaining slaves claimed that the attackers identities were unknown to them, having been concealed in full combat gear. When each slave was determined as not being Mimitar, they were immediately left behind. After several such attacks, holders of the Bleak Lands expressed dissatisfaction with the court chamberlain Dochia Karsoth, who remained silent on the subject throughout the month, and announced at the end of the month the Amar 7th Fleet, under the command of Admiral Vanazir Sarakin, had been fully mobilized and already headed towards the Bleak Lands, stating to their intention to fortify the area again so the attacks can be stopped. By the following week, the Saracens and the 7th, as the 7th were known, had deployed a sizable presence into the region in the process of installing their main command infrastructure. Their command... They stated aim was to have an Amar Navy fortified position no more than 3 jumps from any system in the Bleak Lands. To facilitate that, Admiral Saracen took the unusual measures of imposing an imperial tithe on the holders of the region. Blah, blah, blah. Things keep fighting. Oh. So then that leads... So this is actually... this is before the Elder Invasion. Okay. Okay. So, the Defiant's last sighting was during the Elder Invasion of the Amar system of YC110, following Jamil Sorum's... Hold on. Yeah. The Defiant's last sighting was during the Elder Invasion of Amar systems in YC110, following Jamil Sorum's return to the Empire, where she repelled the Elder fleet at Mekios with an unknown superweapon. The remaining Elder forces retreated through conventional Stargate travel, having lost their Titan. These forces were pursued across the Bleak Lands systems by Sorum forces who were closing in with each jump. As the Elder fleet attempted to transit through the Odalin system to the Huala Gate, the Amar Navy had closed in enough ground to engage their rear guard. In the Huala system, Defiance ships had taken position in the Odalin Gate and engaged the pursuing Amar Navy as they jumped through. Moments later, the Defiance activated a sinusoidal beacon, jumping their health supercarrier into the fight along with the 2 carriers. Communication broadcast over the local frequencies from the Defiance stated that their intentions to hold the Amar back and give the retreating fleet time to escape. Their entire remaining support fleet also joined in the fight in an all-out assault against the Amar Navy. The Amar forces jumped several capital ships of their own into the fight, including 2 Aeon supercarriers. The last ships from the Elder fleet to leave the system reported that multiple Defiant ships had already been destroyed, including one of their remaining carriers. The Alphid also seemed to be crippled in space and burning, while Amar Navy ships focused most of their firepower on the supercarrier, whose trajectory carried it to the heart of the Amar capital ship fleet. Since the Elder invasion, the subsequent Empyrean Wars, the Defiants are presumed to have been wiped out. Later reports emerged stating that little remained of the scene at the scene of their last stand except for wreckage. What's interesting about this, so the key here is that this comes at a time where the Mimitar were in kind of internal conflict with whether or not they should be trying to make peace with the Amar or trying to be fight the Amar to save more of their own people. And where Karen Midgelar was against Karen Midgelar was pro peace with the Amar, right? Let bygones be bygones. Let the Mimitar Republic kind of form its own, they deal with their own problems, right? These Defiants kind of come in and disrupt the balance of power, or the balance, or at least the efforts towards peace, by kind of going rogue and taking matters into their own hands and attempting to save thousands and thousands of Mimitar slaves. So 30,000 slaves, So what's interesting about this is that these guys name themselves after the Defiants. The Defiants are a group of Mimitar, as I said, that are kind of legendary. So let's go back to the original Defiants. The original Defiants were a group of Mimitar slaves, all of them of the Brutor tribe, who were survivors of the Amar Human Endurance Program. The name Defiant is also applied to the descendants of those surviving slaves. These survivors have been left with a legacy of blindness throughout their resultant genetic defect caused by the harsh conditions they were subjected to by the Amar researchers. This condition is passed down to their descendants, resulting in blindness by their children by an early age, commonly before 5 years old. The most famous of these Defiants is Malatu Shakur, San Matar of the Mimitar Republic. So again, we have Karen Midgelar attempting to do peace, trying to make things work out, the rise of this Defiance group. Now, we also know, like this mutiny and all this stuff, we know that that the elders are in the background kind of pulling these strings, right? So it could very well be that these Defiants had this, and also like just the fact that the Defiants kind of harken back to this older Mimitar legacy kind of suggests that they may have been influenced by the elders who were planning this attack, or by planning this kind of second rebellion, I guess you could call it. And in fact, they end up sacrificing themselves in order to save what's left of the Elder Fleet. And in this whole process, Karen Midgelar ends up being highly criticized and loses her power. Does she lose her power before dying? She gets killed, right? Does she die as chief? I actually don't even know if that's true. When did Malatu Shakur actually get power? Wait, as a young squadron commander, he showed tactical brilliance, devising the Shakur Spiral Formation. He led raid on Amatar space before moving his operations to a secret base in the Great Wildlands. The Great Wildlands are where the Thucker operate. He was ambushed by the Amar Royal Guard, who killed all of his men and would have killed him as well if not for a Jove who rescued him, held him for 2 years, and then and returned him a changed, calmer man. This really is kind of all coming together, isn't it? Right? Like, so this Jove rescues him, this like defiant military commander, and he really does, like, if you think about what Malatu Shakur does when he gains leadership, his biggest thing that he's known for is he kind of rebuilds the Mimitar. Yeah, it's true. The Jove always have liked the Mimitar, but specifically the Hedjuani Jove have also always liked the Mimitar. So hold on. How long is this? One would be forgiven for. So when did he? Confirmed his identity. It is Malatu Shakur. So Malatu Shakur. Wait a minute. So that means at least 2, arguably 3, of the current leaders of the 4 empires have been replaced at some point, right? Have this period of time where they're unaccounted for, and then now are back. So like Malatu Shakur, right before, or like, you know, he was rescued by the Jove. Do we know when this happened? For 2 years, nothing was heard from Malatu Shakur. The Amarians, initially vexed over the Jovian interference, assumed he was dead. His return to the Mimitar Republic came as a total surprise. Where Shakor had once been fierce, driven, and highly agitated, he now seems unusually calm and collected. Fearing some foul Jovian plot, Shakor's family insisted on DNA tests that confirmed their identity. Shakor himself had remained silent about his time with the Jovians. He assumed political position within the Republic and soon resumed his fight for freeing Mimitar, still enslaved by the Amarians, with the difference that his arsenal now consisted of sharp words and political machinations instead of fleets of spaceships. So that's how he became the head of the parliament, right? So how does he become Sanmatar? So if you notice, Karen Midgeler was mentioned as being the tribal chief, like the chief of the Mimitar, which is true. So back then, the Mimitar Republic was much closer to being like the Galente in nature when it comes to like being this democracy. But what Malatu Shakor did, Prime Minister, thank you. What Malatu Shakor did was he basically dissolved the old councils and reconstructed them such that the vestiges of the democratic state that exists within the Republic is actually under direct control of the tribal council, trying to make it closer to what it was like back in the old days, which is exactly what the elders were talking about, right? The elders were talking about wanting to... Hold on. No. Yeah, she was the chief of the Sebestier and prime minister of the whatever they had back then. Hold on. Your government is saturated with corruption, and Prime Minister Midgeler has failed to accomplish the one objective she could have controlled, promoting unity among the remnants of the tribe. Her policy of appeasement with the Amar only has deepened the rifts between them. We will do this much for the Republic. When the evil amongst her ranks are least expected, we will purge her government of Amar influence once and for all. So, I think Sanmatar, he invented his title, like he granted himself that title, but I'm pretty sure it was a reference to like an older, like it was designed to harken back to the original tribes, right? Sanmatar is a traditional title given to the leader of the Mimitar. It means true Matar, and is a title that was left unfulfilled for generations until Malatu Shakor reinstated it. While not the official head of state within the Republic, so yeah, he basically, he got rid of a lot of the newer leadership and restructured the Mimitar Republic to be far closer to, honestly, what the elders would have envisioned it as, right? So to see Sanmatar, or Malatu Shakor, as an agent of the elders, not a big stretch, right? Especially since I think that Malatu Shakor, being one of the main political leaders at the time, is he the one that placed Titan Yun in his position? Hold on. What if he was with the elders, but not the Jove, but was claiming to have been with the Jove to hide for the elders? Well, he was saved by the Jove. So, if the elders are connected to the Adheduani, then the Jove that rescued Sanmatar may have been the Adheduani. Are you telling me? Wait, what? Hold on. I'm looking at Templar 1, aren't I? Yep. Newly appointed Mimitar ambassador Chitin Yun. So yeah, they don't talk about who appointed Chitin Yun. But it's worth noting that, like, well, how do we know that they are Jove? Let's read. Well, returning one day from the hunt, Shakur and his men were ambushed by Amar Royal Guard, universally regarded as the best fighting unit around. The fierce battle ensued. Shakur's men quickly formed a spiral. The Royal Guard responded by forming the arrow formation designed to counter the spiral. Despite their experience, Shakur's men panicked once the casualties began mounting and tried to retreat. They were hunted down and slaughtered to the last man by the Royal Guard. The guardsmen wanted to make sure that there were no survivors and systematically began destroying the escape pods and pilots who managed to clamber aboard theirs before being destroyed. But when they locked their weapons on Shakur's escape pod, a Jovian vessel uncloaked itself next to it. Jamming the Amar vessel with ease, the Jovian ship leisurely moved Shakur's escape pod into the cargo hold before disappearing again. So what's interesting about that is that is very similar to kind of what happens with Viola, right? In the Odyssey. Bear never finished. Bear watched in horror as the telemetry reading foretold Viola Antones' immediate death. So Viola is at this location. They're firing. They're fighting each other. They commence firing at Viola's Atron. Bear is her kind of contact within the Federal Intelligence Office. So Bear watches in horror as the telemetry reading foretold Viola's Antonis' immediate death or imminent death. The Amarians, he thought incredulously, reaching his trembling hand towards the intercom switch. The goddamn Amarians attacked her. What's the problem? The sharp voice asked. Bear spoke quickly as he monitored the telemetry. An Amarian battle fleet just attacked Viola's ship over Diamond, Colonel. What was she doing there? Most likely investigating the same rescue mission theory that we discussed earlier. Her ship is on fire, Bear noticed, and spinning so fast that she must be unconscious by now. Most likely, Lieutenant Colonel. She switched off the comms before I could ask her. He answered, staring in horror at the data. A Mimitar strike force witnessed the attack on Viola's ship. They're engaging the Imperial battle fleet as we speak. Right now, at Daemon? Correct. We're about to lose telemetry. Viola's ship is moments away from... Bear never finishes sentence as the proximity sensors of the Atron registered 2 Jovian Wraith-class frigates uncloak within meters of her doomed frigate. So the same basic thing again, although we do know that this is not the Idheduani. This is Grius, who's against the Idheduani. So it's not like we can say, this is like, oh, look, it's all the same thing. This is the same, people. But it does show that, the Jovians show up and rescue people. Especially when it comes to this kind of conflict between the Jovians, or like the Jovians and the Idheduani, and more importantly, the Idheduani's use of empires like the Mimitar, the MR, and the larger Jovian Directorate. It's very likely that the Idheduani are completely separate from the Jovian Directorate. They are Jovian, but they're not part of the Jovian Directorate. Which is why the Jovian Directorate seems to be so much against them. They're kind of a remnant group of the Second Jovian Empire. But yeah. It feels... Whew, all right, well... That's a lot of stuff. Like I said, there's something here. I feel like there's something here. But after all of this, after 4.5 hours of me trying to explain this, I hope that you guys can understand why I was so discombobulated at the beginning of the stream and for the last few days. This stuff is... The other problem is that a lot of this stuff is so, like, some of it is, again, as I've said, lost to time. It's hard to piece together some of these clues. All right. But let's take a pause on this discussion for a little bit and do something more interesting. I lost my ship, but I feel like one of the things I want to do right now, we have not gone and checked out the drifter hives since that whole thing happened, right? So we're just going to grab a quick ship. I'll grab a breacher because we're going Mimitar today, baby. And we're going to find a Jovian observatory. Or not, we're going to find a Jovian wormhole. Do I have a skin for this? I do. I have the invited breacher. Very cool. So, a little bit of whiplash, but we're going to shift focus a little bit. We're going to go... he plays somebody into the planetary Kumatat role at Paytor, or Heck or something. Maybe the Tobias guy. There's a lot there, and I'm still trying to piece it all together. If anybody wants to help me out, please hit me up. Comey, I would love to talk to you more about some of this stuff and see what you think. I missed the time where you could do missions for the Jove. Technically, can't you do missions for Impro or Xsense or whatever? Like, I mean, granted, those are now part of the Society of Conscious Thought, but I mean, that's as close to Jove as we're going to get. Okay, so if I go into... personal locations... Oh, who's the third leader that was missing for a time? Well, I mean, I'm kind of suggesting that Caddis Teshmerkon, you know, leaves the Amar Empire to go make her fortune with the Kaldari for some time, and then comes back. So that's the least. That's why I said like, kinda. I'd have to look into that more before I make a real like, aha, a gap. But compared to like Maltu Shakur literally being kidnapped by the Jove for 2 years and Celis Agard being blown up and having to be recovered from a clone from an you know, like those are two clear breaks where it's like who knows what happened to them then. Yeah. So if I go to my shared folders, I should be able to find disconnect. There is Jove. Oh God, there's so many of them. Well, it's Empire. Yeah, we're going to look up the... there are these cool folders now with all of the Jove observatories. So we're going to see... We're going to go see if we can find a Jovian observatory with a Jovian wormhole. So, those of you who may not know, the Drifter wormholes that became such a big deal during the Drifter crisis, the filaments that lead back to those Drifter holes no longer work. The Deathless shut those off. However, the original method of accessing those Drifter holes, i.e. the Drifter wormholes in systems with Jovian observatories, still exist. So we're going to try to find a way in like that. This one does not have one. Hold on. Why did I close it? Why did I close it? Social. No, it's not social. Personal. That's right. It's the opposite of social. Let's go to Kaleli. There's other pieces to this too. Like there's a mysterious shuttle. There's the Awakened Infomorph. There's a lot of pieces that I need to stitch into this whole story. Still. God damn it, sorry. There's something in this notes. That bonus material sheet like gives me a lot of stuff to work with, but so one of the things I want to do is start making a team. Who wants to take part in a team and start running all of the sleeper sites? Like the goal, I want to go through and run every single sleeper site, C0, C1, all the way up to C6. It'd be cool to do them live and just examine the different pieces. But I'm going to need a dedicated group of people that do not care about how much pain and misery we're going to go through in order to try to do that. Malin, I know you're in. I think that could be a fun journey. Nope, not here. Set? Oh, a set's a good one. Nope, that's in low sec. Let's go with there we go. What is hold on. I feel like I've said Del Tol a lot. Okay. Hold on. Before we go any further, let's go back into Del Tol. So this is where the Cosmos, Galente Cosmos missions are. So this is the system that allegedly has the most Yan Yung stuff. Oh yeah, and there's a Yan Yung relic site. Look at that, Yan Yung relic site. I don't think we can get in. Don't we need a key to get in? I'm totally gonna get killed, aren't I? Yeah, Del Tol is Yan Yung. It's like the only thing we know about the... In order for my theory to work, the Yan Yung have to be a much bigger empire than just what they are projected as in the story. Nope, I can't. Oh well. Might be an interesting thing to poke at. The Galente epic arc, because there's some clues to this. There's some comments in what he says. I've heard rumors that the Serpentis uncovered an important piece of the biggest riddle surrounding the Yan Yung nation. So if anybody knows what's going on with the Yan Yung, it'd be the Serpentis, but I don't see any indications of what. Since when did I usually keep my capacitor controls up here in the top and my locked targets down the side. Like, mostly to show you guys that it's possible. Can I lock? No, it's invulnerable. See? Down the side. You can do that by going to the options here and saying HUD align to top. Well, I mean, unless you see me flying around, you don't usually see that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, I've been doing a lot of thinking about what to do with the stream and what to do with the, you know, how to give you guys good content. One of the things I might do this week, just as a warning, I may not stream that much this week. If I can get myself motivated to, I kind of want to go back through and edit or like make segments out of some of the previous streams in order to put stuff up there. Because if I don't put up videos that are edited, people don't think I'm putting up videos because they don't see the live streams in their feed in the same way. So I need to get back into posting edited versions of my live streams, even if it's just cut out, not like a big tight edit. But aha, unidentified wormhole. Great. So we'll see how it works. I don't know. I'm open to feedback about what I should be doing. Was today fun? Do you guys like today? Hopefully here in like a little bit, like a couple weeks or whatever, we'll be able to do a much more cohesive version of what we've been talking about today. All right, so I'm going to hold. Hope they don't see me. If I don't move, they shouldn't attack me. They should just disappear at some point, but they're really far away from the wormhole. Am I about to die? I think my invuln would be off by now. They'd be attacking me if they could. I guess they just don't go after you if you don't... You know, their visual acuity is based on movement, like velociraptors. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice, but that's also a lot of work. A lot of work. They've been trying. Come on. Come on. There's one more Cassandra. That Autothysian Lancer doesn't look like he's involved. So let's see if the Autothysian Lancer attacks me or not. I don't think it does. And so we're going to go into the Barbican. I have said, you know, I'm a huge advocate of introducing Aura as a bigger component of the game and using AI to give her a voice. I agree. In fact, like I've said before, I want all of the show info information and stuff like that to be integrated with the agency, or at this point, just fuse the agency and opportunities and show info. Show info is like an encyclopedia. It turns the show info information into like an encyclopedia that you can reference stuff to, and make that entire interface Aura. Have Aura be your shipboard computer that tells you what's going on, tells you, you know, reads you the missions that you're in, you know, gives you information about how to be a good pilot, etc., etc. And I've even said you could add in like just radiant dialogue where, you know, she might comment that you're missing a lot to let you know that your tracking is bad or something like that. Yeah, that's true. It'd be kind of cool to get a different voice person. That'd be cool. All right. So now we are in the liberated Barbican, which is ironically enough the Mimitar wormhole. I'm just going to double check now that we're here to make sure I'm not silly. Yeah, no, I'm not. And let's go check out the Mimitar's base. There is a stiletto in system. Oh, yeah. That's the other piece I forgot to mention. So there is a statue of Karen Midgeler, and there's a statue of the head of the Defiance, that guy. They've made one, they put both statues down at the same time, which is pretty controversial, and now you guys know why. There it is. Holy shit. Look at that thing. I've stared at these pickup sticks for years. Just look at that thing. It's clearly offline. There's no wormhole there anymore. It looks vaguely Drifter. Although if you convinced me that it was Third Jovian Empire, I'd believe it. Well, the fact that a wormhole opened at the top, I think, is the critical piece to all of this. It also very much looks damaged. No, this is not the Eve Gate. This is one of the Jovian structures. So for years around the hive, there was this area of pickup sticks with like a nexus of power in both directions. And during the Drifter Crisis, the pickup sticks began aligning into this thing. And now they have taken them from the Drifter Hive to their various fortresses that they established. So here we are in the Republic Fleet Liberation Outpost, and this is their one of these. Well, so during the actual events, at the very top here, there was a wormhole, and that wormhole appeared to go directly to Jovian space. So this right here is a big piece of where I think the story is going to go next. You want to know like what the interesting thing that came out of all this? What are these 5 groups going to do with these structures? More importantly, what are these 5 groups going to do if they gain access to Jove space? I don't know. I mean, it's definitely smaller than the Fulcrum. This thing is not as big as the Fulcrum. It doesn't look like it's made from the... This is more Third Jovian Empire material, not Second Jovian Empire material, like the fulcrum is. Has anybody been to Jovian space? The only person I know of that has been to Jovian space recently was Kadia Sai. So the question is, what are these four groups, right? Or five groups: the Mimitar, the Amar, the Caldari, Edencom, and the Triglavian Collective. What are they going to do with these gates to Jove space? So people did try to point out like it pointing to a star or whatever, but I don't think we've actually been able. Also, remember, these got moved from when the wormhole was open when it was in the Nexus. Which I don't even know. I don't even think the Nexus even exists anymore. Does it? Well, I think that there are some clues that some of this stuff was actually like, this is the pieces of the Drifter observatory, or the Jovian observatories being taken by the Drifters, but it's unsure. Weren't the Caldaris close to the Third Jovian Empire? Yeah. We have... Empire and pirate factions. Can I make it so my bookmarks aren't appearing on here? How do I make it so my bookmarks don't appear on here? There we go. So if we look here, we see Citadel, Forge, Lone Trek, and up here is Jove space. So yeah, I would say that the Caldari are definitely the closest to Jove space. That's true. Matashi Reich went to Jove space officially. No, Anoikis is not a separate dimension. It is basically far-flung star systems that have been connected via warps in space-time topology by the massive power of W477 TAC-P. Yes, the Caldari did receive the capsule from the Jove, because the Jove took pity on the Caldari because they were being beaten by the Galente due to their Galente's superior numbers. How far flung? So there have been some attempts to determine where sleeper space is, especially during Eric Jalan project. There was the Project Compass. However, CCP has basically dismantled any method that we have to determine that, like all of the methods that we used to use in order to determine that, and has deemed the information that we gained from that non-canonical. So we don't actually, there's no way, all we know is that they are extremely far away, and it's also worth noting that they appear to like been collecting fancy star systems, right? That's why there's so many pulsars and gravitar, you know, or like all these different black holes and weird systems. The Talikans seem to be collecting systems that were interesting to them for whatever reason. Let's go ahead and head over to the Hive. That said, I mean, the SOE were able to travel into systems of Anoikis that weren't connected through wormholes yet, using jump gates, so, or using their jump drives. Here is the Hive. It's extraordinarily dangerous, and they're all about to kill me, so check it out. Isn't it cool? Looky. And this room used to have a gate that would lead to the Nexus room. Correct. The reason why we think that the wormholes in the towers led to Jove space is because when you look into a wormhole, you can see the nebulas on the other side. Is it possible to entosis the gate? No. Unfortunately, these things are all non-lockable, non-interactable stuff. So, why do I have a thing called Jovian Stargate question mark? Let's go look at that. Oh. Huh. That's just going to lead me right back to the... Yep, okay, never mind. That leads me... That must be... I don't know. I don't know why that shows up. Oh, no. Actually, it's nowhere. This is where it used to be? There's something... I have a bookmark here labeled Jovian Stargate question mark, and now it's gone. So that's weird. Yeah, Abyss is not part of known space. Yeah, it can be considered a different location in four-dimensional space, right? Like if you think of all of known space as being three-dimensional space, and then there's a fourth dimension of space, it's down. We're getting Frontier-style jump drives from the SOE. No, but so there's a chronicle called Eye of the Needle, which is about the finding of W4, or sorry, of Anoikis. Not Anoikis. Thera. Here's an unstable wormhole being surrounded by sleeper cut structures. And a lot of Apollo and Artemis. So then where do the trigs come from? The Abyss. So the trig are... They likely left known space sometime either during the First Jovian Empire or between the First and Second Jovian Empire. The records seem to suggest that they were around during the First Jovian Empire and even had agreements. They had a society entwined with the Jovians that they ended up having to burn them all. But then they have records of the Second Jovian Empire, but I'm not 100% sure why they have records of the Second Jovian Empire. It could be an indicator that they left after the Second Jovian Empire. They seem to have been trapped in abyssal dead space, only to be able to get out. So this goes back to that grand theory of everything, and that's a whole nother kettle of fish. That's like another 3-hour conversation, probably. But the short of it is, I was thinking that the trig were the Talican. Okay, we got to go. The trig were the Talican. And there's a lot of things that make sense. But with the new discoveries that we had now, with the fact that there's Isogen 5 caches in wormhole space, and that the AI was likely created by the sleepers themselves. I don't know, man. They have records of a Jovian Triglavian satellite polity. Yes. And they refer to Jovian iterations 1 and iteration 2. I have admittedly just assumed that iteration 1 is First Jovian Empire, iteration 2 is Second Jovian Empire, right? So in AEA, they refer to the drifters. They say Jove Empire of the Chamber of Tyrants, which the Chamber of Tyrants was the Second Jovian Empire. The First Jovian Empire didn't have a Chamber of Tyrants, only the Second generation did. And it goes, query encode Jovian Expansionist Polity Iteration 2.2 question mark. And they say patterns recovered pertaining to the Jovian Empire of the Chamber of Tyrants. So they seem to know about them a little bit, but not nearly as much as with the First Jovian Empire, where in HFN, In HFN, they refer to the Jovian Triglavian satellite polity identity JTNBZ12T7 category hybrid subcategory hive mind iteration 1.2. Which leads me to believe that the Triglavians were a big piece somehow in the creation of the sleeper civilization, because this seems to suggest this category hybrid subcategory hive mind, like they integrated the two. The Takmal are not ancient. I mean, they are ancient, but not ancient in the same way that these other groups are ancient. The Takmal... that's true. The Turner tribe does seem to be connected to them with the mask stuff. That's a good point. So the Takmal... likely was formed... in 23-236. The Sani Sabak cult leaves Amar to travel to Auraz and found the Takmal. So this is basically, well, it's not necessarily that exact year, but if you read the lore, they say that basically as soon as they got the warp drive figured out, or it might have been the jump drive, so I might actually have that's the date I need to double check, because there's actually a difference between when they invent the jump drive and when they invent the warp drive. Hold on, I might get the... oh shoot, I had the... okay, hold on. So I found... not the Book of Eve. The Amar timeline. So I found this image, part of a series of images. Can I just... hold on. Why? Hold on. View original. Here we go. Okay, so we can see here... yeah, Eve timelines. So... here we go. 23058. Amar scientists discovered jump drive technology allowing instant jumps between systems without stargates. And that is allegedly, if you look at the Sani Sabak storyline, Sani Sabak cult arises in 2078 from the followers of Moloch. Presented with the opportunity to grow away from the watchful eye of the church, a small group of Sani Sabak departed for parts unknown to settle in colonies to build up their strength. One such group departed soon after space flight. Okay, space flight was developed using primitive cryoships to settle far from Amar homeworld in the Arise constellation. These early settlers founded the Takmal Empire, which grew to great technological heights within a few hundred years. The empire, however, floundered and eventually collapsed under its own religion, leaving behind only scattered relics. So yeah, the Takmal aren't really in this whole discussion when we're talking about the true ancients, the pre-empire ancients, the Shrouded Day ancients. Where should we go next? Wait, we were just talking about... well, there's the statues. Also, do you think the Sancha have anything to do with this since they had wormholes? The Sancha have everything to do with this, and I don't know what it is yet. But if you think, like, the Sancha are critical to why the Triglavians went ballistic, and, like, likely is one of the reasons why they invaded the way that they did. I also suspect, my conspiracy theory is that the Sancha has actually corrupted a subset of the Triglavians. That the Dazbog subclade of the Svarog clade has been corrupted by Sancha. I talked about that in another video too. Oh, let's go. Hold on. Is it Tanundin? Where's the system? No, that's not it. What's the system that was created by the Jove, or affected by the drifters? Abitzer? God, I have so many names in my head right now. There we go. Tabitzer, 33 jumps. Holy shit. 14 jumps if I don't avoid eating calm. Let's try. If wormholes end up being ancient pathways that opened up again, would make sense that Turner area had been a hub of some sort, considering all the wormholes there now. So, Malik actually pointed out a really interesting thing the other day, which was, like, when I was discussing, like, what is the purpose of the fulcrum, it does make sense that the fulcrum is basically, like, the way that the gates work. It seems like it could very well have been part of the journey from Heaven constellation to what is now Jove space, right? That is a big piece of this fucking plot that I'm trying to follow, because, like, when the sleepers were with the Jovians, when the sleepers left the Jovians, how the sleepers got to Anoikis, and how the Jovians ended up in what is now modern Jove space. This is one of those things that did get me started with all of this thinking those questions. Totally forgotten that Jovian joined Sancha in YC105. Oh my god. Isn't that like... Oh, here's another fun one. Here's a good one. Check it out. Here's a fun thing that I discovered in the timeline. So, are the Jovians still alive because they had a disease? There's less than 100 Jovians left alive according to inheritance. Okay, so one thing that I caught out of this, which I really found exciting, is so the W477 TAC-P Dyson swarm was discovered by the Jove in 22,986. In 23,036, the first Jove expedition into Anoikis was performed by Aurea and Venial. I don't have... somebody might be able to correct me. I don't know whether or not Aurea was a member of the SOCT, but of course Venial is one of the leaders of the SOCT at this point. And so I find it very interesting that the SOCT is formed 8 years after their very first trip to Anoikis. So it feels to me like there's something about them going into Anoikis and finding the remnants of the Second Jovian Empire, the Static faction, and what they've been up to, and the artificial sapience, because I think that they figured that out really, like, right away, that there were kind of violations in the construct when they examined it. Hold on, this could get exciting. And then 4 years later, they found their organization that's designed to discover the meaning of life and eventually try to become the shadow government for the Jovian Empire overall, before being kind of banished into the rest of the empires to kind of embed themselves, and now are so actively involved in attempting to disparage and stop the deathless, right? It seems very weird to me. When we're talking about 20,000 years of history, the fact that those two events happened 4 years apart feels relevant. Especially when the same people are involved. Yeah, less than 100 people alive as of 10 years ago. That's true. Alive and anywhere nearby. There could have been others that left. Where's inheritance? This might be crazy, but I think the Deathless is a Jove trying to use the pirate factions to destroy the empires and take back the cluster. I mean, you're not totally wrong. So, like, I mean, we know that the Deathless was originally Yosef Okada, who is a normal person who grew up with the sanctuary, the Society of Conscious Thought, and was an archaeologist. But his brashness and desire to learn more about the First and Second Jovian Empire kind of led him to leave the society and become friends with some Thuckers, and then run into some trouble and meet up with some Kaldari woman, and then kind of bring them all back together. And together they discovered the fulcrum, where he becomes the Deathless, which is that big piece of that information, like I was talking about, where it's like, how much of the Deathless as we know it is Yosef Okada, and how much of Yosef Okada has actually been subsumed by the fulcrum itself, right? Has the fulcrum taken over Yosef Okada? And one of the reasons why I suspect this, or the thing that really drives me to this, is in the Revenant trailer, the voice that's talking is very alien and robotic, and then it eventually kind of becomes clearer and clearer, and then it's the Deathless's voice. So it's almost like something else is speaking through the Deathless at first. Yeah, it's hard to say whether or not Caroline Star was done intentionally or not. It doesn't seem like it was done intentionally by the Drifters, because we have the messages from Highland Tukos at that time that seems to suggest that the Drifters were unprepared for Caroline Star happening, I think. Although now that I say that, it makes me... man, the timeline of all this stuff is so weird, because, like... I remember there was a piece that... Man, there was a panel or something recently where they really, like, locked in a lot of this lore with Highland Tukos and the Drifters and stuff. If anybody can bring me that, that'd be awesome. I think it was from far away. I don't know, man. It seemed really weird. Hold on. I think I can do the Revenant trailer without being demonetized. Consider becoming a supporter of the stream. It's very important to me. Be able to continue to do this stuff. Is this it? No. This one's it. Trig showed up like 4 years after Caroline Star? Yes. Yes. What was that in reference to? Oh, seems strange that Jove left and then the Trig show up. Yeah. I think that the Trig showing back up may be part of the War of a Million Lies. I think that Concord may have been informed that the Trig exists, and Concord may have been complicit in helping make the Trig, bringing the Trig back here as a weapon to use against the Drifters. But I don't think that that's like, oh yeah, the Jove are gone, and therefore the Trig show up. It's more like the Jove are gone, and so now the remaining people behind are becoming desperate in how to deal with this new threat of the Drifters, and so they attempt to use the Trig against them. Please don't demonetize me. It's going to, isn't it? So you can start to hear his voice now. So there you go. See, that's what I meant by like it doesn't sound distant, it sounds incoherent. And then from that, it eventually coalesces into being the sound of the the Deathless's voice. Yes, make sure you can still redeem the thing until tomorrow at 23:59 Eve time. So that's your best bet to get all of the rewards. And if you did not watch if you're watching this recorded and you did not see the expansion trailer right now, I guess go watch the expansion trailer and fill it in. And I'm tired of getting demonetized by CCP stuff. Please consider supporting the stream. But yeah, that's what I meant by it doesn't sound like it's the Deathless at first, but then it clearly becomes the Deathless in the end. And there's so much about the message against the drifters, which again, as we pointed out earlier, I think that the reason why the drifters are so hostile against the Deathless is because the Deathless has actually imprisoned other infomorphs in his virtuality. That's a drifter suit? Which one? Yeah, what's showing here is the drifters. This is a drifter. That's drifters. That's drifters. That's Deathless. That's the Deathless. It's not quite the drifter suit. In fact, actually, let's see. Will I be able to pull it? Oh my god, I'm so bad at organizing things. I just put dates on shit. Hey! Wait, did I get lucky? No. What is the suit's name? Nope. This is gonna be impossible. Wait. Is this it? No. The name of the suit is like garbage. And you have to have it in order to be able to pull it up. And it's probably now too far back to look it up in Hobo Leaks. No, stop. Man, I thought I was so clever. They did add the male and female suits. The female suit is Soldrin's, and the male suits is the Deathless's. We've been looking at those. It's going to be way too far back in Hobo Leaks now for me to find it. Damn it. Maybe? Hold on. I might be lucky. Probably not, but I might be lucky. Hold on. No, I don't think so. Use AI. No, like it's not actually, it doesn't, that's the problem, is that it doesn't have a name yet because it's just like the normal string. They haven't actually given it a real name yet. Wait. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Found it. I should probably save this somewhere more useful, but hold on. Let us new note. We'll just say references or later, whatever. I don't know how to spell. Okay, so we have male outer augmentation types, augmentation suit, black. So this is the Deathless's suit. You can tell it has the neck piece in the back. It has a full set of plugs. And it looks really badass. And then we have Soldrun's outfit, which I desperately want. Which you can see in like the Epiphany video. And then the Drifter men's plug suit looks like this. So that is very, very different, right? But it is presumably what the sleepers have as a suit. Yeah, I don't know why they what they're doing with those models per se. It could very well be that they just put them in so that way, like, we can see them later or whatever. Yeah. Well, I would have to have an Apollo Tyrannos to look at. You can't just search for their name. But yeah, it's the same suit. The Drifter suit is the Drifter suit. Like, that's the suit of the Apollo Tyrannos. I'm getting lucky with Edencom today, which is nice. But yeah, if you are alpha and you have not redeemed your 7 days, tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow morning. Whoa, this place is still fucked up. Holy shit. I mean, I gotta go. I've got Edencom guns that are gonna blow me up, but I gotta. That's cool. I didn't realize that the clouds are still there. Yep, and here they are still here too. So this system is really messed up. It has a bonus to warp speed, bonus to max velocity, penalty to shield resistances, penalty to drone damage and speed. And as you can see, it has a shit ton of cosmic signatures. Those are wormholes, almost all of them. And we still have the Crisis Deathless Research Outpost, which is the Drifter, like, basically there's Drifter wormholes still connecting to this system, and the Deathless is attempting to monitor them. Let's see if I can get in and out without dying. The system looks like the Drifter version of Pochfin, right? Well, they made the Triglavians less aggressive. They never made Edencom less aggressive. Trust me. In fact, oh no, that was my other character. Let's go in and see what happens. I'll probably die, but I want to see. I want to make sure that this site is what I think it is. Yeah, so this is the this is them trying to kill. So there's a deathless observatory here that's trying to monitor this wormhole that is giving them, like, this is how the deathless was getting telemetry to the drifter holes, or maybe the whole drifter, like, whatever. We're not 100% sure, but attacking the deathless's facilities in this system and stealing the telemetry was how, or stealing the data was how the Empires managed to hack into the Warden to use it to create pathways to the drifter hives. There is a Jovian observatory in the system. Like in... So, again, Triglavian stuff has been made to be less aggressive. Edencom stuff is still just as aggressive as it ever has been if you are anti-Edencom. Because you have to actually make the choice to be negative to Edencom. Oh, check it out. They still have the roaming packs. Look at that. This place is spooky. These have bounties too. It makes me wonder whether or not, like, occupying this system and running those those sites could be pretty valuable. Could be a thing to do. It's definitely cooler than I mean, like, Homefronts are cool, but, like, it's like the cooler version of Homefronts, right? All right, well, what do we want to do next? We went to the star. This is the only station. It's really close to that moon. Did they make the Chainer site a landmark? They did not. I don't see any Chainer sites into landmarks. I should have brought probes. Is this near Turner? No. Let's find out. No. I mean, there to there. But it is really close to Enur. It's actually, so here's the thing. It isn't close to Turner, but it is physically closer to Zarzak, because Enur is the closest system to Zarzak. Enur is also where I believe Leopold and Valari still is hanging out. Hey, puppy. Do we know where in Enur? Can I dock in his station? What's going on with the militia? I saw Tama was a battleground. The Galente are kicking ass. So here is Anur. We have Golgothan Fields. That's a landmark. Wait. That's a whole thing. There's a historical thing about this. Impro station, sound right. Except for there isn't one? There's the... Oh, Impro Research Station. There it is. Oof. My leg's trying to fall asleep. Oh, also Inur has a disrupted gate? Interesting. There's a lot to this place. I did not get a pop-up. We can see a disrupted gate from Pot. So Inur also is adjacent to a Pochvin system? Oh, Skarkon, of course. Why is there debris here? Weird. Shouldn't you be using a covert ops for this sort of exploration? Should is a strong word, Nyko. You can see that these gates have been cordoned off by eating comm. Well, no, then I get popped and wake back up and go again somewhere else. Besides, this is more exciting. Yeah, disposability tank. Ruined Mimitar outpost. There's a whole thing about Golgothan Fields. Hold on. Golgothan Fields. Here we go. Golgothan Fields are a bleak interstellar site of shipwrecks. The Mimitar Rebellion saw many battles on ground and in space. Let's not get killed by Gist. Yeah, here's a ruined Mimitar facility. Let's go ahead and dock up with Leopold. Mimitar Rebellion saw many battles both on ground and in space. The largest of the space battles took place in the Inur system a few weeks after the start of the rebellion. The main Amar battle fleet had returned from Jove space and intended to break the power of the rebels once and for all by sweeping through their core systems. The Mimitar met the Amar with everything they had in a fierce battle that lasted for hours. In the end, the Mimitar withdrew and the Amar claimed victory, but the Mimitar had succeeded in disabling and destroying the best capital ships in the Amar fleet, thus reducing their offensive strength dramatically. Today, the old battlefield, commonly known as Golgothan Fields, is littered with old shipwrecks and infested with pirates that have taken refuge in the giant hulks. They fiercely defend their base, but daring scavengers can still sneak in and rummage around. Isn't that one of the sites? Isn't this one of the sites for the Entosis links for the scavenger hunt? Leidemann, Gezek. So it's Langasi. Langasi's the first place. Then Ainakaman, where the Solitaire is. And then Getstick, where the mysterious shuttle is. That's... okay. That's another piece to this whole thing. That's the mysterious shuttle I was talking about. Okay, hold on. How far is that from here? Wasn't the station controlled by a Jove corporation? What? Why is the gate blue? Because the system was totally... like... the system of Tebitzer was totally messed up by the drifters. That's a lot of jumps. The one I'm in? Well, it's because it's adjacent to Tabitzer. It's the Tabitzer gate that was covered in blue. So if I go back, if we warp to the Tabitzer gate, The station that I'm in? Wait, what?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
What do you mean? Oh, okay. Oh, this station is not that important, except for the fact that it probably is where, Leopold and Valari is. The station is a Jove station. This is a Jove station? No. Wait, Impro? Is Impro one of the Jovian? That looks like that's a Galente station. This is a Galente station. Impro was a Jove corporation? Okay. Is that one of the ones? Yeah, okay. Impro is the Jovian company that mainly manages electronic hardware far superior to those produced by other empires, and it was transferred to the Society of Conscious Thought.
Warp drive active.
I don't know, Eater of Crabs. Is that true? What electronics do they manufacture? I don't know. Hold on. See, here's the blue cloud around Tabitzer. Yeah, all Jovian stations use Galente models. Well, that's interesting. Let's see. What is it? IMPRO. IMPRO. Impro scandal cloning questioned. Impro creates skill extractors and skill injectors. Is that right? Well, Society of Conscious Thought did it. In development that may be related, Scope has learned that the representatives of Genelution, Impro, and Xsense were all called to a meeting for a Concord Inner Circle this past week. Okay. Never mind. It's not them directly. But I think this would be after Impro was part of the SOCT. SOCT, Jove Corporation's transfer to SOCT as Inner Circle indicates major announcement in coming days. That was 118.311, and then, yeah. So, so the SEC authorizes training in transneural skill extractors and injections 1 month prior to Impro being transferred to the SOCT. So yeah, it's all part of the same kind of shift of power that came from inheritance. But we also have this one from 2007. Impro scandal cloning question. Impro are again under the spotlight as official figures of the biotech clone contracts show shocking increase in the number of capsular deaths and mind locks. So yeah, Impro, along with Genelutions, like they're the ones that make the stuff that was originally for cloning, right? I don't know. All right, let's we should probably wrap things up. I should probably take my dog out for a walk. We're kind of done with all of the topics we've been talking about. I could jump into another topic, but I think we should probably come back and dig into this more later. Not all of them use Galente models. If you look at the Jove Academy and the Aggressive Behavior HQ station in game, it's a Jove station model. Isn't that... I love the fact that they have completely... Oh, no, they don't even have that, do they? Hold on. Did I spell it right? Yeah, they don't even have that, do they? Where is it? Hold on. I do know about that station. I just don't remember where it is. Oh. Well, that's all in Russian. Oh, good. Nullsec. Neat. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. Oh. Right. Okay. I'm not going there. That's in Joe's face. No, I have... Sorry, I have seen it. I just didn't realize it was still accessible in game. Yeah, this is a structure that's in Jove space. This is not accessible by players. I don't need a plan to get things done. Yeah. Well, a lot of the Jove assets were removed from the game at one point. Yeah. Geno, Impro, and Xsense all joined the SSCT faction during Inheritance. That's correct. I don't know about the fan. I know that the Echelon are, I think the Wraith and the Echelon both are not in the game anymore. Really, to what? All of the Third Empire ships are no longer in the game. Eidolon, that's right, not Echelon, Eidolon. Yep. They took those. What's weird is, yeah, they took the models out too. Echelon is not the Eidolon. I apologize. Echelon is still around. The Echelon is the Sancha one. It's the Sancha hackers. Are there pictures of the Eidolon? Yeah. Shh. Is this gonna work? Yeah. This is from 10 years ago. Oh, there's pictures. Hold on. We can just do pictures. So here we have the Eidolon, the Visitant, the Spectre, the Wraith, and the Phantom. All right. Let's get out of here. Where am I? Like in relationship to anything else. Where did I get the pictures? This Reddit post. Just now. Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. It definitely, like, it does look like a little bit like the Sancha got some of their design from the Jove, right? Prefer safer. Yeah. Well, there's actually a video in that link that like shows like a full 360 rotation.
Warp drive active.
Right. Well, there's also the Sancha were interested. So Aurea was clowning around in Angel Space, I think it was, looking for people to sell some tech to. There is this like weird conspiracy that I'm not quite like. I saw the pieces at one point, but now I can't find them again to make it work. But the idea is that I think that there is a point in time where you can pin down when Sancha invaded into Angel Space and got the portal gun. All right, guys, we're going to be wrapping things up soon.
Warp drive active.
Please go ahead and join. Will Sancha get the a dread next? That'd be kind of cool. Although they already have a mothership. If you are interested in joining us, either in-game or just to hang out, you can join our Discord. Link is right there. And we'd be happy to have you. As I said, like, we are starting to do more as a convocation again. It's been exciting. And if you want to help us maximize player engagement with Eve Online and go have fun in Eve, consider joining. But even if you don't want to join, like I said, if you want to just discuss stuff, ask questions, mechanics, we've got helpful people on all the time. They're the only pirate without a dread? Well, of the core pirates, right? But let's make that caveat first and foremost. Of the main pirates, hey, Angel Cartel insurgency has begun. Maybe we should go do that. Should we go do that? Yeah, not SOE, not Mordu.
Warp drive active.
Carissus have a dread. Sancha does not have a dread. Blight Raiders have a dread. Angels have a dread. Serpentis have a dread. Or does not have a dread. Yeah, I guess so. Although, to be fair, like, Sancha has always been the one weird of the because like each of the empires have a pirate, and then there is Sancha.
Warp drive active.
Mordu are irrelevant right now. Nothing happening on their side. You're joking, right? You're like, hold on. I assume you mean like ship-wise, but like, are you trolling me? Because that's an insane statement to make. Mordu is the main military force of Upwell. When you see Upwell, think Mordu. Like, if Upwell are doing something militarily, it's Mordu that's doing it. When they developed the missile systems to put onto the Upwell haulers, that was Mordu. When it comes to all of the new Upwell cloning facilities and stuff and securing the skyhooks, that's all Mordu. Mordu are like the official Op 4 of Vanguard. Any minor empires get ships, it'll probably be Mordu that helps them. No. That's not true. Mordu is part of Upwell. Like, Mordu is a component of Upwell. What do we think the Deathless ships look like? Like this? Which, by the way, the art panel was fantastic. How they broke this thing down and showed like all the different parts, like the Ferox hull and the Tornado and the I can't remember where the. Yeah, it's a kit bash of Caldari and Mimitar. What do we think? Oh, like as a faction, yeah, no, they are like they are literally fusions of Caldari and Mimitar ships. Okay, I didn't realize that they are. Their name barely mentioned. I see more Angels, Insurgency, Sanchez Incursions, etc. So, if you go into an Insurgency site, Helga, and you fight the rats, you will get Angel or Garistus rats and Mortis Legion rats. Mortis Legions are the rats for all Insurgency sites. They are the pro-Empire forces, the counter-insurgency forces. The good pirates, yeah. They are mercenaries. All right, let's see how Bay's going to treat me today. Hell yeah! I get a freebie. Where's the SOE fax? I know. My hot take of the year is the way to fix carriers is to just remerge faxes and carriers again into one ship. And then the Tech 2 carrier can just be like a super fax. Don't go to Shasta Jark. It was fleetful. Yeah, that's what took me down yesterday. I think it was Sasta. Less ships? That's controversial. I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, I get that, but it's kind of a joke. It's not like I'm not like I'm just saying that at this point you could probably do that and it be fine, like balance-wise. Like the reasons why they split it into two different ships originally, I don't feel are valid anymore. Trig Hauler, when? There you go. That's a good one, Nyko. Also, Trig Command Ship. We're going to put that one out there. Level line of precursor ships from the Phethobolus Empire. What? What is the Phethobolus Empire? Now you, like... I know Phethobolus is the region. I feel like you... Oh, there's Lorelite's post about it. Oh, yeah. A relatively small empire, progressive thinkers, and egalitarian political philosophers. Unfortunately, the state lagged behind the other empires significantly in technological advancement, having only recently started to colonize the local space, just as the ruthless Angel Cartel was moving in to establish their control. Completely outclassed by the military forces of the cartel, the fledgling empire was defeated with ease, and an entire population bent to the will of the Angels. Probably not very many of their ships left behind then. What would be the niche for the Trig Hauler? Upwell Hauler already has was already an Overcook IMO. I mean, to be fair, I think that that's the best argument. That like, why did we get Edencom haulers instead, or like Upwell haulers instead of Trig haulers? I don't know what the Trig hauler special thing would be, but like, it sucks that we don't have them. Just replace Galente for the Angels for the fourth big empire. I mean, Angels technically have pretty good rights to claim. It's kind of bullshit that they got shunted and left out of the Uli Accords. Less mass so you can put more through a hole before it collapses. What if it has some sort of onboard filament technology? There you go. That's what it is. It's a hauler, so sub-capital ship with jump drive capabilities. It could make a good lore for the Galente democracy to collapse and be overtaken by the Angels or some other faction. The Galente collapse would be a crazy storyline. There is actually some like the Galente are ready for a civil war. The Amar are ready for a civil war. The Mimitar are never very cohesive. And the Caldari have factionalized, but they currently have a pretty charismatic leader that's keeping things together. But of course, it's always concerning when there's a charismatic leader in charge of the Mimitar, or of the Caldari. I feel that their failure in Drifter events is big enough to shake things up. Well, the next big thing that's going to be happening likely is going to be the presidential election. And the fallout from their complete failure to do anything in the during the Drifter crisis is going to be a big deal. But more importantly, the threat that the Galente are the only ones without access to the... Remember those big tower things with the wormholes to Jove space? The Galente are the only major empire that do not have one of those now. And that's the kind of thing that could make the Galente go ballistic. I just realized I am super not welcome in Zarzak right now, am I? I should not go to Zarzak right now, should I? Will the Zarzak guns shoot at me on contact? Yes, the Galente have elections, or at least allegedly do. They were supposed to have one in February. Why are you not welcome? I'm in the Mimitar militia right now. Take a shuttle in. Why? Maybe I think so. I think I can't dock in the fulcrum. Let's find out. We're finding out. We are finding out. So yeah, the assumption that Zarzak could have been used to help like get people from the first Jovian, first and second Jovian Empire area to the third Jovian Empire area is definitely a cogent one. We're about to find out a lot of things. Actually, no, you can't be that way, because otherwise then we wouldn't be able to turn in like, what the fuck? Oh, they're mad at me. Those guys don't like me. I can't dock? Well, we'll find out. Yeah, see, this does not look like any of those structures we've been... Your militia is unable to use the services in Zarzak. Yeah, this structure does not look anything like the observatories or anything like that that we've been looking at. I mean, it looks like it might be made from similar material, but a very, very different style. Well, yes, the warp tunnel in Zarzak is different. That's true. Jovian designs changed over the years as CCP got better with their art. Well, they also, I mean, like, this thing came before the tower that we were looking at. So my point is like, they're communicating things about these cultures without, you know, whatever. Now, these ribs look kind of driftery. You could kind of tell maybe the drifters are attempting to copy. Yeah, I firmly believe that the fulcrum is actually Second Jovian Empire. Ancient Jovian structure occupied and made active by the forces of the Deathless Circle and their pirate allies. The name has come to be applied more generally to the vast megastructure that Jove left behind when they abandoned their old home and core regions of New Eden generally. The dark and echoing halls of the vaults and deaths of the fulcrum are a testament to how long the Jove have made use of this outpost, which evidently functioned as some sort of combination of space-based colony, research facility, and way station. Amidst the ruinous gaps left when the station was abandoned by the Jove, there are pockets that are intake chamber and banks of strange devices remain. So... okay. I mean, I guess that flies in the face of my theory that this was a military installation solely. But the idea that this is possibly where, like, a big piece of how they navigated all the way up to the northern, or to, you know, upper, the northern area of New Eden from the southern area is sensible. Well, yeah. And of course, you can see the beam shooting down to the star. That could be it. That it's the shield of the stellar transmuter, but this doesn't look like it's a 0-point condenser, which is what the... Can freelance jobs be broadcasted from Zarzak? I mean, I assume so. Yeah. But there's not many of them because you can't actually do, like, pirate freelance jobs right now, which is silly. Warp to the star? Well, well, I'm at 0 on the star. I'm at the star. If we go to the Warden, we'll see, you'll see, I think you get to see it a lot better from there. Left over from the pre-first Jove, but built after the gate collapse in order to gather fuel from jump drives. Yeah, I think it's Second Jovian Empire because it represents, like, see, there's the Fulcrum's beam coming down to the star. There's the black hole. That looks like a stellar transmitter on the star. Yeah, the bottom of the fulcrum is a giant stellar transmitter. That's true. The star isn't as sick as with the other trig stuff. But what about the Empire's ones? Hold on. It could also just be less aggressive in its extraction. Ah! I think it was a rat. Even the Empire ones are sickly. Let's go look. Where is the stellar transmitter from Matari? Is it in Harar? So much for wrapping things up, huh? I mean, that's true, Jeff. That's a good point. It's also kind of unknown whether or not the fulcrum... Like, they don't ever mention the stellar transmuter in any of the discussions about the fulcrum. So it's unknown whether or not, like, it was originally there or if the Deathless added it in order to make the shipcaster work. Although it'd be crazy for him to... Like, he doesn't even have control... Like, he barely has control over the station. So it'd be crazy for him to add a transmitter to it. I will say again, please consider donating, you know, pitching me $1 or $2, whatever, either becoming a member or a patron or direct PayPal to ashrothi@gmail. If you like what I do. I say that because I'm hungry right now. Because I haven't eaten in 5 hours. 6 hours. He did need Drifter Hive elements to get it online, and the Adivum, which is a second Jovian Empire tool or thing, also was necessary. So that's a good point. Barkrick? Okay. Have a burger? Be neat.
Warp drive active.
Ability to jump route to ammo and backtrack 4 jumps away. I'm going to have to go back through Bay again. Woo! The little breacher that could. I know, right?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, you're right. The ship that I lost yesterday or the other day was a catalyst to Edencom. Not a fan of the Bay Area? Well, you could say that the Bay Area isn't a big fan of me.
Warp drive active.
Angel Cartel love the Bay Area? Yes, especially when they get control of it. They're still not a big fan of me, though. Nice. Safe.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, like I said earlier, do make sure you get into the Discord for up-to-date news about the streams and just to, ask any questions, hang out, theorize, all that sort of stuff. Am I PvPing? Not intentionally. Not at the moment. That was earlier. I am kind of wrapping things up though. Although to be fair, I've been wrapping things up for like the last hour and a half. So,
Warp drive active.
do you think the other pirates should get custom dread models? So, the Guristas more or less intentionally follow the same design as the Caldari. The Serpentis, like the Angels who develop a lot of the Serpentis ships, don't seem to be very, or like they want to blend in with the Galente ships, so that doesn't really make sense. The Blood Raiders, should have their own model. Hold on. I don't even know what page is. Hold on. Here. This is Punch's latest skin made for Malik and his Harpy, I believe it was. Very similar to the 90s splatter skin. By the way, Punch was lamenting that nobody's picked up the 90s splatter skin yet, so somebody should probably do that. If you want to, you can just go into the Skinner Studio. It's a Stormbringer, right? Go to the Paragon Hub. Look for Eating Calm ships, Stormbringer. There it is, 90 splatter.
Drive active.
Only 125 plex, which is actually very reasonable for a skin. And as we showed off the other week, the Stormbringer is very good in the Abyss. Blood Raiders use a Mar model for the Balgorn. I mean, yeah. I feel like that's just a cheap excuse for CCP to do less models. I mean, arguably maybe, but like I do like the fact that things are reflectant, like things have a reason. I can already tell that this star is messed up. What kind of Nickelodeon, all that zoom, zoom, zoom Stormbringer skin is that? It's the 90s splatter skin, man. It is the Nickelodeon. Yeah. Last skin I sold is sold to myself. I wonder how many people are just making their own rather than buying from the hub. I think that's a really good point, Thrans, is that like, and I wonder, like the Skinner, the Paragon hub is so bad when it comes to discovery, right? Like I had to know exactly what ship it was that I was looking for in order to find that skin. Oh yeah, yep, there we go. It does look a little sick, doesn't it? Show info. Yeah. They don't really talk about it, but in the Triglavian ones, they refer to this shield as the 0-point condenser. Which Like, there's a whole thing about the physics and everything of this whole thing. 0 point energy, like in a 0 point energy field where basically there's no energy at all in space-time, quantum microfluctuations will spontaneously create particles and antiparticles that then slam into each other. But if you, for instance, have a giant star next to you that's creating a gravitational force on one side, you can actually pull them apart and manage to grab the particles again from the antiparticles and collect them, or the condensate, 0 point condensate. So there's definitely something here, and in fact, the Empire transmuters also create the Triglavian science balls in the back of them. So I don't know. Weird stuff going on. All right, I've been Astrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for checking out this stream. I have no idea what's going to happen for the rest of the week. If there is any news, I promise you we will go live and talk about it and show it off. In the meantime, I'm hoping to get some editing done because I need to put out some real videos, or like, you know, edited videos for people to think that I still have a channel, because apparently they don't show those videos the same as everybody else. Please like the stream and share it with some friends, because there's a lot of people that don't realize that I still make videos over here. So frustrating. Anywho, I do want to thank everybody who's been here this whole time, especially the supporters. And did I have anybody new today? There was a couple of people. I'm not sure, but I do want to especially thank 745 MPSI, Aradenika the Queen, Bad Bo Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erlitus, Alanje, Flash Gordon, May, Malik Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, and Rid. Thank you guys so much. Please like the stream, you know, share it around for the guineas. It's very useful. Yeah, and consider becoming a member or a patron. And if you are a member, get in the Discord and get it linked up. Or if you can't get your Discord linked up correctly, let me know so I can get you into the supporters chat. Because like I said, I have the turrets video already published to the members, and if it's good to go, then I'm going to make it published to everybody else later this month, or later this week, rather. Sorry, Malik Starfire got me good. Yes, happy Pride Month to everybody who celebrates that. Buy merch like this shirt that says software developer not equals software developer does not equal tech support, mugs, etc., etc. I don't know, man. Thanks for putting up with me today. Let me know what you guys are interested in for me to focus on next. With the turret video done, I think that we will be probably, hopefully, if we can this week, we may actually end up trying to do the missiles / other weapon systems video soon, but who knows? And I'm still, of course, working on the lore stuff. So we'll just see what happens. I don't know. I don't know anything right now. But I do know that I love you all. Thanks for coming. And on the next time, I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine. every city